It's the final phase of work. Because July 10th starts phase 5.
Oh, oh. Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the GWT Momentum Bootcamp, the last one of phase 4. We're launching it in phase 5. We have an incredible training for you. I'm so excited. I'm very excited all for your success. The trainers have been working overtime to make it come together for you. So grab your notepads and your pens. Let's get ready to get started. So our first session for today is of the 8 categories of distributorship, or forensic categories. This is taken out of the Forensic Networker event that's coming next month in July. And our presenter and our trainer for this session is Sean Haynes. He launched in 2007. He came from a banking background and saw that the business, the tax benefits and assets of gold, silver, and diamonds were all keys to wealth, and GWT had all of those. He has personally launched 70 virtual designer malls, and it's grown to 4,500 designer malls across 68 countries, including 2,000 VDMs across 27 Caribbean islands, where he's helped many people in that region who are earning an average income of $700 to $900 a month, and has now grown to $1,000 to $10,000 a month in income. Wow. He has also earned residual income for over 365 weeks straight and doubled his income from the bank. He is now a member of the GWT 10,000K Freedom Club and the GWT Six-Figure Club. He's also won the highest honor in the company, President's Cup, and one of our regional ambassadors. Everyone, please welcome Regional Ambassador, President's Cup winner, Sean Haynes.
Thank you, Sharon. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And good morning to our international audience. Hopefully you can see me on the webcam there, so I'm just shaking at you. Well, thank you, everyone, for joining us. And you know, I would say in this business, there's certain things can tell you who is really serious. And you know, in Toronto we have 500 months of winter, and we have about 1 month of summer. So that 1 month of summer, a lot of people start to, you know, want to go and basically be on the beach. But the serious people understand, you know, with this business, sacrifice a little time from the beach to focus on your business, and then you have all the time in the world to do what you want in your life. So congrats to everyone who's here live. Congrats to everyone who's on our international audience. Thank you for joining us. Now, this first section we're going to be doing today, and you know, we call today Momentum Day because Momentum Day is all about putting your business into that state where it's moving forward to where you want to go. Okay, that's what momentum's all about. And you know, our CEO always talks about in momentum, you got to start the momentum, right? Starting the momentum, that's getting the plane on the runway, right? So when the plane's at the gate, you're not in any type of momentum. You get the plane moving down the runway, you start in momentum, you know, then you going into the air where you advance in momentum. Okay, then you want to sustain momentum where we say take it to that 30,000 feet, and now your business will just cruise to where you want to go to. But you got to understand, when a plane is taking off to travel, you know, I come from the islands, I come from Barbados, so I'll say Barbados to Toronto. You know, I go there every summer, so that's one of my favorite trips. But, you know, when that plane is taking off, you know, basically 70% of the fuel for that trip is used just in that takeoff period. Okay, so that's the period where you want to push it so hard. Okay, when you push it so hard in that period and you get yourself up there, now you only require 30% to go the rest of the journey. Right? It doesn't matter. You can be going thousands of miles. So it's very, very important. Now, the good news is you can start that momentum at any time. It doesn't matter. You could be in the business a day, a week, a year, 5 years. It doesn't matter. You can start your momentum now. And guess what? Now is the best time in the world because we're going into phase 5. Okay, I'm telling you what's going to come in phase 5. So if you can see me here, I'm actually wearing my ambassador shirt today. It's not my regional ambassador shirt because at the phase 5, forensic seminar coming up July 10th to 11th. There's going to be a number of monumental things, but right there near the top, if not at the top, I'm telling you, get yourself to Ambassador, July 10th. You're going to be very happy. Okay, so Sarah, my fellow RA, she's not in the way over there because she knows that you're going to be very, very happy if you get yourself to Ambassador. So, and believe me, that news is going to put you into huge momentum. If you did everything to get yourself to Ambassador July 10th, when you hear the news, your momentum just going to skyrocket. So, but anyhow, phase 5 is going to set the course for the next 10 years of our business. See, we're just finishing our first 10 years, which was basically about creating that sound infrastructure. I mean, we're so strong, we're so solid in every area now. Now it's just about growing to the billion. And that's what phase 5 is going to do. Okay, and I'm telling you, 1 year of phase 5 probably going to equal 10 years of phase 1 to 4. So it doesn't matter where you are today. I'm telling you, start your momentum now. Man, you can fly to incredible heights over the next few years. So the training today that I'm going to start you off with, and next month, of course, the Forensic Networker Seminar. Again, forensic is the most important area if you're serious about going ahead and creating a legacy. Okay, when I say creating a legacy, this business can pay you $10,000 a month for the rest of your life. But more importantly, even when you leave, it can pay your children. It can pay your grandchildren $10,000 per month. If you want to set up a business like that, you need forensic. Okay, forensics is what's going to give you all the right training, business training, because that's what we are in, a business. So forensics is going to give you all the right business training to do that. Okay, now this first training, we call it the 8 categories of distributorship. So I'm going to go through it pretty fast because, again, you're going to get trained in fully, properly by the master, which is, of course, our very own CEO, Mr. Remy Mesgarlou, the forensic networker himself. So you're going to get the full, proper training next month. But this training, I'm telling you, it's like a crystal ball into your future. You want to know that you're going to be in that 10K club. You want to know that you're going to become one of those 1,000 millionaires. So let me just ask here, who's aiming to be a millionaire in GWT?
Hello.
Okay, and hopefully everybody online has your hand up too, because, you know, I love Burger Baptiste. The island energy, straight from the Spice Isle, Grenada. So looking forward to being in Grenada later this year also. But, you know, the thing here is that why not aim for the top? You know, Les Brown says, you know, shoot for the moon. You miss, you land among the stars. Right? So you aim to be a millionaire, hey, end up with 200,000-300,000, you know, $500,000, 800,000. I don't think you're going to complain. Right? You end up at $10,000 a month for the rest of your life, you're not going to complain. But go for millionaire, right? Aim for the top. So this training, we call it a crystal ball because it really teaches you if you're on the right track to get there. And guess what? If you're not on the right track, you can correct it starting today. Okay, so I'm going to share a story about a year ago for myself. But first, we're going to go through the training, if I go the right way. So basically, with the Forensic Networker, let me just move the webcam here. Okay, so there's basically 8 different categories. Now, the first category is what we call the lotto group category. Okay, and the lotto group category, basically, this is the group who thinks they're playing the lottery. Okay, you know, recently I was sharing about in GWT, you know, you can basically win your own lottery. There's a game in Canada called Cash for Life. Cash for Life used to give you $1,000 a week. Now they improved it to $2,000 a week. And people were going crazy for this game. It's amazing. People were going crazy for this $2,000 a week cash for life. And, you know, I looked up the odds. I believe the odds were something like 1 in 2.4 million to win this game. Right? But people were lining up to put their $4 in every week. But guess what? They could take that same money, get a GWT business, get huge tax benefits. You'll hear from our accountant expert, tax expert in the next section, and you got a business that will give you cash for life and more. Okay, there's many of us been earning $2,000 a week or more in GWT for 6, 7, 8 years, right? So, but many people, this is what they're like. They're like the lotto group. Okay, and so either they heard somebody hype up something that, hey, you know what? I joined this business and I became a millionaire like waving a magic wand, or they think they bought a lottery. Basically, they think that, hey, I got in, because you'll hear about timing and positioning. Now, timing and positioning is important in GWT, but there's still the part that you have to do. But some people take timing and positioning to think that, oh, all of my business is going to be built for me. I just get in, my upline is going to do the work, I just sit back, and life's going to be good. Again, false promises. Somebody told them even worse. Somebody said, I will build it for you. Which, again, you can get help build it part of your business, but we all still have to do our part because it is a business. Okay, it is a business. Or they took it as an investment. Now, hey, in GWT, if you take it as an investment, well, guess what? Enjoy your products. We have beautiful products. We do have collector's products or timepieces or Palladium silver or 1921 karat gold. So, hey, if you got in for that reason, that's okay. Just know that you got in for that reason. You're not going to earn income if this is your mindset, but you can collect and definitely enjoy your beautiful products. Okay. Okay. Down here. Okay. The Weekend Wonders. Now, the Weekend Wonders, this is an interesting group because when you see them, they look good, man. They look like they came off the front cover of GQ magazine. You know, hey, I guess this is the right business. You know, at least if a Weekend Wonder comes here, they're gonna leave here looking even better. But you know, they come in, they got their designer suit, they're looking good, they sound confident, okay? But they want to spend more money on suits and looking good. For them, it's all about the style, the flash. They're not willing to invest in education. So guess what? You never see a Weekend Wonder at a boot camp. Right? You never see a Weekend Wonder at a boot camp. Okay? So it's easy. They don't need any training. Okay? They don't need any training. Okay? Now, you might find them doing a lot of tours. They might talk to a lot of people in the beginning, but they'll never attend a training. So what will happen is, because they look good, because they sound confident, they'll initially attract a lot of people to them. So they can come in, they can have high sponsoring, they can have high income. Now we've seen a few types like these over the years actually. They came in. Sorry, one moment. No, I wasn't recording on there.
Angele is recording.
Yeah, I assume Angele's recording. Okay, sorry about that, folks.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Technical issue. We just want to make sure we have this global boot camp. As long as everybody in the world can hear us, that's the important part. So as long as they can hear us, it's okay. So anyhow, they'll come in, they'll do high sponsoring, they'll hit some high incomes quickly. Okay, so you hear these kind of stories all the time. Now they're willing to do everything to make $1 million, even if it takes all weekend. Okay, even if it takes all weekend. So they're not willing to do training. They're not willing to commit to learn a system. They're not willing to commit for duplication in your team. Okay, and so when that duplication doesn't come, then guess what? The high income came quickly. It vanishes quickly. They say goodbye. They jump from company to company every few months. You know, I know types like this. I actually know people. I mean, I've been in GWT now, going into my 8th year now. I know people in the same time. They've been in 10, 12, 20 plus companies in the same time. Because they just jump in company to company. And they jump in, they get some fast bonuses. The bonuses are gone. They jump to the next company. The problem is they're taking a lot of casualties with them. They give the industry a bad name, right? It's these type of people, unfortunately, the industry gets a bad name because they always jump in looking for the next deal, and they leave a lot of casualties behind. Now, again, enjoy your products. You're going to leave GWT looking better than you came in with our beautiful fairy products, but don't expect to have a business that's going to pay you residual income for life. Okay. Then we have the slave driver. Okay, this is an interesting type. And first of all, you shouldn't be a slave driver. Secondly, don't allow yourself to become a slave to someone who wants to be a slave driver. What a slave driver is, they get in and they expect the upline to do all the work, right? They have no hesitation to ask you, hey, you know what? Just put some good people on both sides of my business for me. Okay? Even you already been helping them build their common side, they'll have no hesitation. Say, you know, it's great. You know, I see my common side building. Can you just put a couple good people on my other leg so I can start to earn income? Okay, so again, they're expecting a welfare check. They're expecting they got in, and the upline's going to build it for them. Please put a couple of hot shots. Right? That's what they're going to tell you. Please put a couple of hot shots in my business so it can grow. Again, they pass all their leads to the upline. Okay, they pass all their leads to the upline. I've known some like this. They'll come and say, oh, I got 100 names. Here they are. Call them for me. Right? They basically expect the upline to do everything for them. Their calls, their meetings, their trainings. So you got to be very careful because somebody might come in like this. They might talk big things. They might say all these things. They look good again, and you're thinking, wow, and you start to help them. So, okay, I'm going to help you with a few calls. Next thing you know, you're doing all the work for them, and they're nowhere to be found. So, again, very important. Don't become a slave to your downline. Right? If you have somebody like this, you want to identify them and correct them, because this will not only is it bad what they're doing, but believe me, you're going to have your business slow down. If you become a slave to your downline, your business is going to slow down. So again, if you're like this, enjoy your products because you have no long-term future in this industry. Okay, this is the industry that can change your life if you do it the proper way. Again, you treat it like a business because it is a business. That's one of the problems here, you know, because it's a low investment, right? $169 to get into a business like this. It could never happen anywhere else. So again, many people, because of that, treat it as a hobby, okay? And they do bad habits like this. If they had to spend $1 million to start their business, believe me, their habits would be totally different, right? But the low investment, unfortunately, brings a lot of bad habits with it. So again, enjoy your product. You're not going to have any significant future in the industry. Okay, the social group, okay? I mean, hey, who here likes to be social? You know, forensic, by the way, forensic, I know the Saturday night we're going to have a great party. Oops, my apologies. That's me. I have to find myself. Turn this off. My apologies. It's actually my kids calling me. It's my son's birthday weekend. But basically the social group, okay, and again, as I was saying, Saturday night forensic, we're going to have a great party Saturday night. And if you haven't been to a GWT party, in for a treat, right? Because GWT parties are always spectacular. So natural part of this business is social. We have a lot of fun. Hey, it's a fun product. You know, we do fun activities. You know, if you're in CDSC, any CDSC members here? All right, CDSC at the Sea coming up June 27th. Hey, that's going to be a lot of fun. So I know we have our CDSC members coming in from all over the world, and our group in Minnesota, Ambassador Marshall team there, they always drive in for the CDSC event. So that's a lot of fun. It's a great social event. So you have a lot of social fun in this business, but remember, very important, it's a business. It's not a social club. Okay, so a social group, they're friendly people, the best, nicest people. They love social contact. That's usually their primary drive, even above the money. Okay, they're here for social contact. Friends first, money is second. They never miss an event, but never bring a guest. Okay, they never miss an event, but never bring a guest. They have no prospects. They help at every meeting. They're great organizers. I mean, you see them at every event. You know, they're helping with registration. They're doing everything. But if you don't bring any guests, okay, the nicest, greatest person on earth, if you don't bring any guests, your business can't grow. right? Now again, you can get 2/3 of your business growing in GWT. We have people like this. They have huge business. That's 2/3 is growing for them. But at some point, you got to do the other 1/3. That means you got to bring guests. You got to do your part to make your business succeed. So this is a great place to be because you make friends easily. You're a person that people love. Now you got to just learn some skills to use this social aspect to now invite people out. And so you can start to have a successful business. So we love the social group. They're very important. You know, everybody loves them. They're an important part of the team. They're an important part of the infrastructure. But just understand, enjoy your products. You're going to have beautiful products here in GWT. And you can look good at every social event, but you're not going to make money until you start to do those things that build your business. Okay, some timer. Now, this is the largest segment of the workforce. And we're talking about in all of direct sales and network marketing. It's not unique to GWT. So 96 million around the world in direct sales. This is the largest segment. Okay, and the big problem is that they mistakenly think they're part-time. Right? So they're sometime, but they mistakenly think they're part-time. And then, of course, what they're going to tell people is that, oh, well, you know, I really did this business part-time. I give it my best effort, and it just doesn't work. But the problem was that they never were part-time. They were sometime. And when you're sometime in anything, guess what? You're going to get sometime results. So they think they're part-time. They have no plan of action, the business plan, no consistency. Okay, so you know, in GWT it's simple because we have a next 30 days action plan. You get in, you follow that, but the sometimers, they don't do that. Or they might do it this week, and then the next 4 weeks they do something else, and then they come back again. But this business doesn't work that way, okay? It's not a roller coaster business. Okay, it's a business where you need to be consistent. They're easily distracted. So, you know what, there's a tour Wednesday night. I'm planning to go, but oh, man, there's that singer on American Idol tonight. I just got to hear her sing tonight. So I'll go to the tour next week. And then guess what? Next week, there's another singer on American Idol. Okay? So again, that's just not going to work here. It wouldn't work in your job. Right? If you had a part-time job, you couldn't show up every 4 weeks, every 6 weeks. It just wouldn't work that way. So it's no different here. Again, they don't have a serious business plan. They don't have their promise list. They don't know their whys. You're going to hear about the whys later today. Your whys are so key for success. Business is done when convenient around all other competing commitments. And the business takes a back seat to anything else. So again, if this is you, enjoy your products. Again, the good news, as we said, the crystal ball you're looking into now can tell you where the next 5 years are going. You can easily correct it. Especially if you have the forensic networker. Believe me, the forensic networker training with our CEO, you'll correct this very, very quickly. In the meantime, enjoy your products. Okay, so again, you just need a plan of action. The difference between champions and fun seekers is the plan. So the objective is to move to part-time or above. So again, if you're listening to this call, all our international audience, all our audience here, if you know you're in the sometime group, I'm going to tell you how simply you can correct it. If you don't have your forensic networker ticket, make sure you buy it today. Okay, and just talk to myself or any of the regional or national ambassadors. If you don't have your ticket, we can help you get your ticket, you know, at a special pricing. So just talk to us, get your ticket today, and believe me, you'll very quickly move from sometime to part-time just being at a forensic networker seminar. Okay, part-timers. So they almost have it right, okay? They can see the opportunity. They will become serious or full-time. They will earn consistent income. They're committed to most success principles. They have a serious business plan and a promise list. Okay, so they got a lot of things right. You know, they've set aside that time. You know, they're dedicated to it. They're doing the right things. They know why they're doing this business. They're following the plan. However, beware the weaknesses. So a couple of weaknesses is one, not committed to become a trainer. Okay, you got to be committed to becoming a trainer, right? So, and trainer doesn't even mean standing in front of the room here. It means training your team. I mean, eventually you should graduate to want to be in front of the room and, again, hosting at tours, getting up at tours to do your testimonials, right? So eventually doing live tours. These are all things you should be striving towards if you have the higher targets. But initially, talking about just training your team, starting at making sure you're a trainer for your team, and number two, not committed to building like and trust. Okay, so these two things are very, very important. Okay, so again, those are just a couple things you need to correct. Okay, and if you correct those things, believe me, you're going to be on your path to significant success. Again, Forensic Networker, July 10th and 11th, I'll say it over and over again, will easily put you where you need to go. Okay, so part-time serious. Okay, now this group has it right. They have a serious business plan and a promise list. They went from $0 to $10,000 part-time. Okay, so you're basically part-time with two full-time commitments. First job, 40 hours per week. Second job, 25 hours per week. Okay, and so I'm telling you, you can, in the next year, okay, actually, let's even say this year, you can get yourself to $10,000 per month. Okay, you can certainly pass your job income this year, but you just got to understand this is the reality. Okay, and one of the things in the next 30 days action plan that you'll see right near the end, it talks about the culture of speed. Okay, now our National Ambassador Resumes Garlu, he did a great training last Sunday night talking about the culture of speed. So if you didn't hear that training, go and listen to it, right? But it always is much better to go fast. It's always is much better to go fast. Now, always keep moving forward regardless, right? Always keep moving forward regardless. You know, great Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he says, if you can't fly, run, right? If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but always keep moving forward. But running and flying is preferable, okay? So if you do this, I'm telling you, you can very quickly get to where you want to get to. But just accept that, hey, you know what? We call it E&E, excited and exhausted, right? So, and you know, this is like when you send out a message to your bootcamp trainers at 2 a.m. when you get replies. I'm like, okay, well, there's some people in there who are serious, so right? And everybody else is in bed sleeping, and you find out who the serious people are. So, but guess what? We're talking about a few years. We're talking about a few years. You know, we're going to have a training here on June 28th. So our next trainer, he's going to be our special guest that day. And, you know, but he knows about retirement planning. Okay, and he's going to talk to you about the gold mine of your retirement. Now, in most cases, people today are working to 65. And guess what? They can't even retire at 65. It's one thing, if you can work to 65 and retire for the golden years, that would be okay. But you can't even do that, right? You can't even do that. So here, 5 years, 10 years, who cares? Even if 20 years. What's the alternative? 40, 50 years not to retire? Okay, so again, anyhow, back on track. So they put in 20 to 30 hours per week on their business. Again, they're E&E, excited and exhausted, totally motivated to build a successful home-based business. They do understand the human element of this business, like and trust, and this group will reach financial significance, and they're on their way to become full-time. Okay, they're on their way to become full-time. Right? Again, we have many people here become full-time, 6 years to 24 months. Many. Sorry, not 6 years. 6 months to 24 months. We have many who become full-time in a very fast period. Okay, so. All right, full-time. So this is ideally where everybody's aiming to. This group either graduated for full-time or they started full-time. They have a serious business plan and a promise list. They're committed for 5 years, but need to see full-time income in 6 months or less, right? In other words, they have what I call a high sense of desperation. They have a high sense of desperation. That happens for different reasons, right? Some people have great jobs, but they just, well, what you would consider a great job, but they just truly hate the job. They just truly, you know, I know our national ambassador, René Leo, used to say he could count the bubbles coming through the water cooler machine. You know, that's how insane he was with his job. So, you know, they just have high sense of desperation, whatever the reason is, to make significant change in their life. Okay, and so that's the group that goes on and makes it happen. Now, they put in 40 plus hours per week on their business. Okay, and actually, some people, they were doing their full-time job 40 hours, and they're putting in 40 hours a week on GWT. Okay, and again, they got themselves to full-time very fast. So now, the challenge here is that, you know, if your target, if you're in a job, let's say your target is to get out of that job, the moment you get out of that job, what happens is your newfound time freedom leads to slowdown. Because your entire focus, your entire target was to get out of your job. Okay, and once you're free, hey, guess what? You know, what was the driving force for you no longer exists. Okay, what was the driving force for you no longer exists. Okay, so now, of course, they do understand the human element of this business, the like and trust. So, again, what that means is you're doing calls with your team, you're going out to events where your team is, right? You're there, you're involved, you're interactive. Okay, that's the important part. You can't just bring in people and then you disappear and you leave them to build a business, right? So you're there for the three-way calls, you're there whenever they need your support, right? So that's how you're going to build a business. This business is about doing it together, right? So it's not that you brought in hot shots and they do it for you. No, you do it together, okay? So it's very important. Now, they need a serious full-time business plan. This is where the challenge comes in. They need tracking system, scripts, complete business plan, and a very serious candidate list. Because you got to have part-time versus full-time habits. Now, when you're part-time, even just say you're taking the GO train to work here in Toronto, you meet people on the GO train. So you're meeting people, you're out there every day, right? So a lot of the things happen for you naturally. But when you're full-time and you're sitting at home every day, now you need some different habits to keep you disciplined. Again, this is where forensic comes in. So you need to increase your prospecting time. You need to increase your downline support. You need to increase your downline expectation. Okay, so again, I've been saying it since I knew about it. I put it out there. I even created a contest. Hey, get yourself to ambassador. That's the expectation that I'm telling people right now. Get yourself to ambassador. Right? Because I know what that's going to do for you. And if you get to ambassador, you see, you can't ask someone else in this business to go where you haven't gone. You can't tell your team, hey, get to ambassador, but you're not ambassador. But once you get to ambassador, now your team can follow you. And now that duplicates, guess what? Everybody gets to 10K per month, plus you can enjoy the great ambassador rewards. Increase in candidate list. So you got to have a candidate list over 1,000 plus names. Right? If the majority of your time is doing your business from home and you're not out there meeting people like you would have when you're part-time, you need a much bigger candidate list. And you need a full-time business plan. Again, this is where you need forensic. So the absence of a full-time business plan will lead to confusion, demotivation, lack of action, income loss, financial crisis, and basically panic. Right? And of course, panic in business is never good. Right? Panic in business, you know, when you have those Wall Street crashes and so on, guess what? Panic, right? So we don't want panic. Okay, so why confusion? Again, the candidate lists, because they were naturally meeting people when they were part-time working. They go out every day to meet people. They were excited about working toward not working. So again, the motivation is gone. You're retired, right? Work, when, how, where. So when you're basically free, you're retired. Okay, but the problem with that is if you go to the beach too soon, that's the duplication that's going to happen in your team. So what took you to retirement now stops working, and then you have a problem, right? So, okay, so which one are you now? So we're looking for a few volunteers. Who's on the line? We have Angele and Sherry on as well. All right, Angele. Are you there, Angele? Okay, so well, we want a few volunteers. We'd like a couple of volunteers from the international world.
Hi, Sean.
And a couple of volunteers here in the room.
Sean, can you hear me?
Hi, Angela. How are you?
Hi, sorry, I'm unmuted now.
No problem. Hey, we're looking for a couple of volunteers internationally, so if you can chat in the audience, see if anybody
Absolutely.
raise their hand and share where they are now.
Okay.
And if we have a couple of volunteers here in the room, anybody wants to volunteer here in the room?
I see Felicita Williams on the line.
Okay, great.
I'll unmute her.
Awesome.
Okay, Felicita, are you there?
Good morning, Angele. Good morning, GW family around the world.
Good morning. It's wonderful to hear your voice. Sean, can you hear her?
Yeah, we can hear her. Go ahead, Felicita.
My chosen one is the serious part-time, because I know, well, for myself, it would be not going into full-time because of what I'm previously involved in. And
so are you serious part-time now, or that's where you're aiming to go?
that's where I'm at, because it wouldn't go to the full-time.
Okay.
Because I know previously it was sometime, but getting more serious, it fall into the serious part-time.
Okay. So again, forensic is very important. Again, you know the habits, again, if you're serious part-time of what you need to do, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, we have, thank you so much, Felicita. Okay, we have our wonderful dynamic host, Jared. She's going to come up and share where she is today, and then where she's aiming to go.
I see. I'll go first, and hopefully more people will come up. So hi, everyone. My name is Sharon. I'm not your consultant here. And for some time, I've been part-time, okay? At home, it's like the environment is not exactly encouraging. Maybe you can relate, your friends, your family, like, why are you doing this business or so, and it can get you down. But actually, you know, I had like some time to myself to think. I go, you know what? I'm in charge of my own life. I'm in charge of my own retirement. I pay my own bills. I do my own keeping, right? So in the future, I'm looking at GWT as my own, like, you know, to take care of me and my family, because that's my responsibility. So even if I still get that kind of feedback from the family, I still showed up today. Okay? There, that's me.
Awesome.
So I will be transitioning to more serious part-time.
And you'll be at Forensic, right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I did get my convention ticket, but I think I should have gotten this ticket first.
Oh, doesn't matter.
As long as I know.
We can still help you get it.
Okay, perfect. Anybody else would like to share their story? Because you never know. Sorry, I didn't
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
You never know. Like, as you're sharing your story, somebody else might really say, oh yeah, I'm going through the same thing. Because as I was sharing my story, I saw a couple of nods like this. Yeah, I can relate to that. Right?
Okay, we have a couple online as well.
Okay, perfect.
We have we have our diplomat Anne in Dominica. She said we are all time in Dominica.
Yay!
We have our ambassador Vernisha and the team in St. Lucia. She said we're full-time, serious on the process of becoming a hardcore forensic networker. Vernisha, Ivel, and Hilia from St. Lucia. They said we're E&E, extremely exhausted and excited, and they can't wait to be here in Canada for forensic next month. So those ladies are traveling into forensic. I know one of them, Hilia, I know you know, she's having her son graduation the same day, but she realized this is the future for her children. So, you know, great congrats to you, Hilia. And I know all those ladies, they're out on the road every day in St. Lucia in the hot sun. They go out from early morning to late evening, sharing this business all over St. Lucia. So kudos to that. Okay, do we have anyone else here in the room wants to share?
Okay.
All right, Maria Bastien. Straight from the spice aisle.
Yes, sir. Good morning, good evening, good day to everyone around the world. Again, my name is Maria Batiste, a luxury consultant. My pleasure, my delighted to be here.
You can stand straight.
Okay. More importantly, first of all, when I saw the opportunity, I saw the vision right away. And I decided, again, I got to take responsibility of my life. The main purpose and my motivation is, again, my parents. I'd like to retire my mom, my son, and to make a difference and change in life. So to me, I take it personally. I stay focused, I be persistent, and I'm seriously focused, want to go into full-time. A year and a half ago, almost, I was laid off of my job, and I realized, you see, I've learned no matter how long you work for any major corporation, you could never become successful with someone else. So I always had something on the side. So when I saw this, I say, I was waiting and looking for the right opportunity to establish my business globally. I'm very blessed and part of this extraordinary team here, my mentors, my team leaders. Again, Mr. Sean Haynes is one of my main mentors because he started up in the Caribbean. Originally from Grenada, the Spice Isle. I have a team growing in Grenada. I'm delighted to just explore this entire business throughout the Caribbean and also North America. And I'm just working hard to have some people who have the same mindset as I am to go in the same direction. So again, to go for the girls and them in St. Lucia, I'm so happy and delighted that you guys doing an extraordinary job. I'm with you all the way. Let's do it. Go into the millions. Thanks again.
Thank you, Maria. We'll see you at Forensic Network, all right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Very good. All right, Angele, do we have anyone else on the line who wants to share?
I'm just looking here. Let's see. Does it, anybody from anywhere? Sean?
Hey, anywhere in the world. That's why it's a global webinar. So
That's right. Okay, let's
take
see.
one more person online, and we'll take one more in the room.
Okay, let's see about Ivy. Ivy Loop.
Okay, Ivy, she is in, is it Ivy Lu here, or is it Ivy Lu? Taiwan.
Ivy, are you there?
Ivy?
There's two Ivy Lus, so we're not sure if you mean Ivy Lu in Toronto or Ivy Lu in Taiwan.
Okay, I don't know. She's unmuted, but I don't hear her, so maybe she stepped away.
Okay, no problem.
Let's
If
try.
there's anyone else, if there's anyone else, yeah, if there's anyone else, have them raise their hand. In the
Yeah,
meantime,
raise their hand. That would be great.
yes, have them raise their hand. That makes it easier. Okay. Paul.
Hello everybody, my name's Paul Margani from Brampton, Ontario at Toronto Bootcamp Global. The reason why I joined is because when I saw the opportunity, I saw exactly how I can vision my future. I can build it as long as you do it, how you can make it grow and come to fruition. And also too, to help people is also a great bonus, to help other people change their lives and help my family as well, because family's everything, right?
Okay, so which category are you in now?
I would say maybe between 5 and a bit of 6, kind of stuck in between. Because I know
So between sometime and part-time?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I know where I want to go, I know what I want to do, just come up with a strategic plan to fully get it through so I can push towards part-time serious,
Very good. So,
build my empire.
so you know, the thing is that everything in life starts with identifying where you are today. So kudos to you for identifying that. Now it's just a matter of the habits to correct it.
Exactly.
Forensic Networker Seminar.
I'm going to do my best to be there for sure.
Don't miss it. All right?
Thank you.
Goodbye.
And I want to thank all the mentors and the great team that I deal with as well.
Thank you.
Hey, Sean, I've got Constantina.
Oh, our diplomat in Nigeria. Absolutely. We'd love to hear from Constantina.
Constantina? Can you hear me? She's got her hand up, but she's not. Oh, there we go.
Can you hear
Constantina?
me? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, welcome. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. We can.
Hello, Sean. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Constantina.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you. So share with us. I know you're
Okay.
doing great things. Share with us what category you're in today and where you're aiming to with GWT.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone all over the world. I'm so excited about GWT, and I'm happy to be on this live boot camp right now. My category is part-time serious, and I'm really looking forward to be on the number 8 category, that's full time. I really want to be a forensic. Uh, this business has given so many opportunities to a lot of people, even here in Nigeria. And I'm really spreading fast outside this country as well. So I'm looking forward to be like Sean, to be like Sherry, to be like Reza, Renee, Bella, Janet, and all of you that are facilitators in this business. Thank you so much, Ramin Mezgalo, for this opportunity. And of course, Sanas, I'm so happy. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Constantina.
everyone.
Congratulations to you. Well, there's certain things where you can identify where people are before they even tell you. So Constantina, guess what? She shows up on the Night of the Stars every month. I mean, unbelievable. She's launching 6, 7 VDMs a month and just running hard. Became a diplomat. I know she'll be ambassador very soon. So tomorrow night, by the way, is the Night of the Stars. Okay, so first of all, you want to make sure you're listening to the Night of the Stars. You want to make sure everybody in your team is listening to the Night of the Stars. And you want to make sure all your prospects are listening to the Night of the Stars. And if you weren't on the Night of the Stars for this past month, guess what? You still have time in June. Get yourself on the Night of the Stars this month. Because if you start being on the Night of the Stars, then your team will start to duplicate you being on the Night of the Stars, and you go to where you want to go to. Okay, so wonderful. Thank you, everyone who shared. So again, get yourself to Forensic Networker. I'm going to talk more about this tomorrow night, but this time last year, my business wasn't going where I wanted it to go. Okay, so yeah, my business, not about me. So I knew I needed to do some corrections. Okay, and it's funny because again, last year this time we had our annual convention. And part of that is the Forensic Networker. Now this year we're fortunate because we get in full-scale Forensic Networker where we never got in before. So this same training, I said, there's some things I need to adjust. And a year later, I can tell you, my business this year is up 200% over where it was last year. Okay, so that's the thing with this training is you can look at it, you can make those adjustments, and get yourself on the track you want to get to. So don't miss being at the Forensic Networker seminar because, again, when you learn from our CEO and you put that into effect, your business can change very, very quickly, very dramatically. And get as many of your team there. The more of your team there, the better it's going to be for you. Because you're going to learn it, you're going to have high energy and be excited, but trying to share what's happening there with your team is difficult. You can share the energy and excitement, but the content, the information, they need to be there to hear it live from our CEO. They need to be there to hear Phase 5 live from our CEO. Okay, so if you're serious that this is your future, don't miss the Forensic Network. Again, get a hold of your national, regional ambassadors. They can help you with your ticket. So thank you, everyone. Looking forward to see all our CDSC at the C members June 27th. Look forward to see everybody at Forensic Networker July 10th and 11th. Back to our amazing host, Sharon.
Thank you, Sean, for the incredible training, and thank you for everyone who came up to share their contribution. Thank you. I acknowledge it. So, the next session we have is the forensic economics. Our trainer for that is Robert Patterson. He began his career over
Waterson.
Oh, I'm sorry, Waterson.
Robert Patterson is in Twilight.
Oh, that's good. Everybody got one up. See, I thought the best thing, okay, the wonderful thing about being a host, Is that through mistakes? I'm learning, right? I'm taking a brave stance to be.
You did a great job.
Yeah, I
Love
think,
it.
and I invite all of you to come up here too. You know, don't be shy. This is a very
Right.
safe environment for you to contribute. Waterson, I'm going to remember that now. Okay. And the beautiful thing about being a host is you get to learn another side of electric consultants here. So Robert began his career over 30 years where he joined the Canadian Armed Forces. I didn't know that. Wow. Where he discovered his passion and understanding for accounting. I don't know not many people who are passionate about accounting. So you're a rare gem. You're a rare gem. Rare is not the rare. Yeah, okay. But through some very special circumstances, he changed career paths. And upon the recommendation of the Canadian Armed Forces, he decided he was better suited for forensic accounting. Wow. That's deep. Okay. In 1986, he left the military, and since that time, he's been a long-term practicing accountant and tax expert. He's building global wealth trade with his wife, significant other, Sandra, his better half, I would say. Yes? You keep everything together. They're trainers and coaches and hosts to our GWT boot camps. Robert is also a regular trainer for the Monday night tax training and presenter, along with his wife, Sandra, at the Tuesday night Brampton tour. Because of these credentials, I believe that he's more than qualified to share with us forensic economics. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
How do we move here?
Oh, just click the down arrow.
Okay, forensic economics. Forensic economics sounds like something to a lot of people that is maybe a little bit dry, maybe a little bit boring, maybe a little bit historic. It's not. It is powerful and it is moving forward every minute of the day. Forensic economics means what is going to happen based on what has already happened and predicting what will happen. Now, just for income tax purposes, Sandy Botkins, who is a former IRS attorney in the United States and now auditor or author, he was an auditor, and now author and programmer, he designed his own tax programs, tells you that you can save $2,000 to $10,000 per year in income tax just by having a home-based business. And I can assure you that is more than true. I help a lot of people save a lot of money. Come out to a tax day and we can show you how to save money using your internet, your phone, computer, business startup costs, advertising, trips around the world. Okay? Having a home-based business that is a global base gives you the opportunity to travel anywhere in the world. Down here, you can't quite read it. You can also use a portion of your rent and or home property tax, insurance on your, or interest on your mortgage, insurance on your home, maintenance repairs. You need a new roof? Let the government pay for some of it.
Yay!
All right.
Yeah.
Robert Kiyosaki will have told you, if you were listening, that the tax laws are not fair. Okay? This is a person who has studied tax, studied how to become or to get over that hurdle. There is a hurdle that tells you, if you listen to the dynamics of the world, that if you were born with a little bit of money, you should always have a little bit of money. If you were born with a lot of money, it's okay for you to have a lot of money. It's not okay for you to move from the little bit of money to the lot of money. That's garbage. That is unacceptable mindset. And Robert Kiyosaki was the first one to tell us that the tax laws are unfair. They were written by the rich so that the rich can stay rich. If you want to be rich, you need to use those tax laws to your advantage because they are there for everybody. Although it's easy for the rich to use them because they were told to use them, you were told not to. And you listened. Stop listening. Start using them. It's easy to do. Taxes are incredible cost. All right? Our taxes changed If you look at the taxes in 1961, the average household income was an amazing $5,000 a year. Out of that $5,000, you paid $1,600 in taxes, or 33%. Things haven't changed that much, except that now you're earning $77,000 a year. So if you're earning $77,000 a year, and the government still wants their share, they're going to take $32,000 of it. How would you like 10,000 of that back? 99 stupid things the government can do with your money. Okay. Is there anybody in the room or anybody around the world who believes the government has a better handle and a better control on spending your money than you do? Anybody? Because if you want to do some of the stupid things the government does with your money, for example, the Canadian government just spent $21 million on forensic accounting to find out that the Canadian Senate spent $900,000 more than they were supposed to. Okay? $21 million was spent to find out that $900,000 shouldn't have been. Okay? That's one of the stupid ways to do it. Right? All you have to do is when every expense report comes in from a senator, have it audited the day it comes in. Have somebody's job to look at this before they write the check. They do it to your income tax return. Why don't they do it to a senator's expense report? It would have saved them $21 million. Actually, it would have saved you $21 million.
That's why we can't do it. It's too much work.
Business of economics. Okay, household debt in Canada is increasing. Now, household debt in Canada is increasing because of lower interest rates. It's easy to borrow money. Canada still has interest rates. Some places around the world, the interest rate is 0. Okay? We hear an awful lot about the Canadian debt ratio, and it is high. But there are other parts of the country or other parts of the world where the debt ratios are higher, but there's 0 interest. So it's going to be easier for them to get the debt ratio down. But remember, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. You are paying income tax. All right? I've heard from a lot of people, oh, don't worry about income tax when you're talking to certain countries. No. I can prove to you on an income tax night that there are countries around the world that pay more tax by percentage than Canada does, and they think they don't pay tax because it is hidden from your vision. And you can save it. Even England. In Europe, they believe that they don't worry about taxes. They know they're paying taxes. It's automatically deducted from their paycheck, and they don't have to file a tax return. Underlined, don't have to file a tax return. They can opt out of the national standard and file their own tax return and include their business in their tax return and reduce the amount that they pay in VAT and national tax. They just don't know it because nobody's telling them. Because the rich want to stay rich. They don't want the poor to get rich, so they're not going to tell you how to do it. Some of the information that we have here is a lot of it is based in Canada. I like to talk about the world economics as well, but Canada is a very good model of what's going on in the world. Simply because Canada, we're here, we understand it, we hear it every day. What's going on in other parts of the world, there is not as much access to information as there is here. So when you find out in the United States that 4,000 people are being laid off, it's on page 49 of the newspaper. Here it's usually on page 1. Target has done us a really good favor of making it all right to kill retail. The newest victim of the retail industry in Canada is Blacks. Okay, Blacks is dead. They will be closing their stores in the next few weeks. Every single store. Retail is leaving. 2 months ago, they estimated 125,000 people would lose their jobs in Canada in retail this year. That number is climbing every day with the death of more and more retail-based business. Are those businesses going out of business? No. Those businesses are going on the internet. They're going online. They're going to your pocketbook through your computer. And guess how much profit of what they make they give you? Not a cent. None of it. Canadian inflation rate, well, there's big adjustments made to the Canadian inflation rate this year. The government hasn't announced it yet. And last month I mentioned that the government announced a big drop in jobs. There was a huge drop in jobs in the month of May and April. And the government couldn't understand it. All of a sudden we have this big drop in jobs. Where were they in January when Target said they were laying off 17,000 people? You lay off 17,000 people, guess what? You have a drop in jobs. You know that. I know that. Why doesn't our government know that? If we lose 125,000 jobs, will our inflation rate go up or down? If the government continues on the path it's at, inflation increases. Because if you don't have the money, less people are buying. Supply and demand. The government thinks the other way around. They know supply and demand exists. They just don't understand how it works. They know that if there are fewer people buying fewer items, the prices go up. But that's where they stop their thinking. They don't start to think that if there are fewer people working, there are fewer people buying. If there are fewer people buying, supply is going to increase. Therefore, fewer people are going to buy the product, so the products that everybody wants will go up in price. The common thinking is if people stop buying, the price goes down. Have you ever seen a company lower their prices because people stop buying it? No. But that's the common thinking. That's forensic economics, right? One in 6 Canadians will go bankrupt. This is true. It's worse in some other countries, trust me. People will go bankrupt because they spend money. Interest rates are low, but it's easy to borrow. If you borrow and you don't follow through on the full economics, the full thinking of, if I borrow $10, I have to pay back $15. Where is that $15 coming from? If you don't think that far, you are going to go bankrupt. Right? It's simple, standard economics. If you borrow $10, you have to pay back $15. To pay back the $15, you have to borrow $15, so now you have to pay back $20. Okay? Economics. We have to follow suit with that. The leading banks say that the debt levels are high. Well, that's all we've been talking about anyway. Interest rates are low. This has happened before, right? Forensic economics is all about history and future. Accounting is history only. Okay, so when you're talking to a general accountant, they can only talk to you about history. Forensic accountants talk about history, what the history will do, how that history will affect us, and when will that history repeat itself? Because I know growing up, we were told many times, history repeats itself over and over and over again. History will always repeat itself because we are human. That means that in some ways, we're dumb. We will allow ourselves to fall into traps that we have set up for ourselves because we will do what is expected of us to do. What we have to do is find a way to get out of the rat race, get out of the standard circle. Find your way to take your bottom off the seat and into action. Unemployment rate edges up. Like I said, the government's always surprised when unemployment rate goes up. In November 2014, we were at 6.5%. Employment decreased by 10,700. Driven down by, wow, jobs in retail. It's news that jobs in retail were reduced, even though prior to that happening, the announcements that jobs would be eliminated at retail companies wasn't announced. How does this make sense to anybody? You have to be the driver behind your own destiny. If you follow news, as you can tell, news is history, but it's also future. So when you hear the news of something that will happen, it will eventually be history. So don't be surprised when it happens. That means that if you have a job today, is that job secure? Are you guaranteed, if you work at the biggest corporation in the world, are you guaranteed a job tomorrow?
No.
If you've worked at a job for years and years and years, Sarah, can they let you go?
Of course.
What happens?
I got a package.
You get a package. They announce, we're not going to...
If you get a package.
If you get a package. Like Sarah's company announced that they were going to stop or cease operations in Canada. She was one of the lucky people. She was given months and months and months notice, right? Her plan B was already in place. She already knows what she's going to do. Where's your plan B? Are you ready? Are you prepared for the inevitable? The Caribbean, Antigua, Barbados, Dominica. Actually, we just came back from Antigua and Barbuda.
Awesome.
It was fantastic, and they're very exciting people. They want to be in business. They want to move things forward. Now, their projections on like who is working in the Caribbean, what jobs are there? Are there going to be further jobs? It's given that it is always decreasing at this point in time, except Grenada seems to be looking towards a slight increase, and so does Dominica. But in reality, jobs are disappearing every day around the world. So if you think you're sitting in Toronto and Canadian jobs are disappearing, remember, you're in Toronto and Canadian jobs are disappearing. But there's somebody everywhere else in the world, the exact same thing is happening to them. Because the only place in the world that sells retail is Canada, right? If it happens in the retail market in Canada, it's the only place in the world that's going to happen, right? No. It is going to happen everywhere. It is happening in the U.S. If it happens in Canada, it happens in the U.S. It is going to happen in the Caribbean. It is going to happen in Europe. It is going to happen everywhere. Eurasia, China,
America.
Everywhere is going to be affected by it. Oops. So, how come that keeps going? There we go. So, how do we protect ourselves? Have a plan B. Forensic economics is all about knowing what happened yesterday, knowing that what happened yesterday will affect what is going to happen today. What is happening today is going to affect tomorrow. That's why, if you want to talk about retirement, talk to a forensic accountant, not a historic accountant, right? Because a historic accountant can tell you how to retire based on what is happening today and in the past. Their job is not to know what's going to happen in the future. But when are you retiring? Yesterday? Today? Or in the future? I know sometimes I talk fast, and this is a subject that I have a lot of passion for, so I'm not sure how much time do I have left. 2 minutes? So I'm not too fast this time.
Passion is great.
The thing is, one of the most important parts of forensics is understanding what will happen to you tomorrow. One of my passions is financial understanding, or what we call financial literacy. Financial literacy includes retirement. And if you believe that what is happening today is going to help you retire, we need to talk. What you need to retire is a plan B. And we're going to discuss that further a lot on the 28th, how to set up your VDM so that you can retire. All businesses need an exit plan, except for global wealth trading. You don't need an exit plan. You need a fund plan. And that I can work on. On the 23rd of March, I'm going to do a little commercial. June. Did I say March?
Yeah.
I'm going back in time. See? Forensic history. On June 23rd in Brampton, we are going to have some inspiring and phenomenal words from our regional ambassador, Sean Haynes. He is going to be introduced by Mr. Brian Ardell. Renee, I believe, is going to be there. All these people are going to be standing around to listen to the words of our mentor and founder and the design VP of our company. They are going to come to Brampton and let us know. It is Brampton's 1 year. Talk about consistency every Tuesday for 1 year so far. 7:30 at night. A tour starts in Brampton, Ontario. Every single Tuesday, now for a year. It will continue to continue to continue. Hope to see you there. And we're having a cake cutting ceremony too. It's a coffee, cake, CEO, prizes.
Thank you so much, Robert.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. And I like that little part about Europe. So they have the option.
Yes.
It's not mandatory.
No.
I'm going to move there. Thank you. You're not my Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so our next session is Tripod of Belief. And our presenter, she's been a little bit edified. It's Sarah Wong. Yes, she comes from the book publishing background. And along with her business partner, Winnie Chang, they've always been looking for a part-time home-based business to supplement their income. When is the best time to build your plan B? When you don't need it. And they're perfect examples of doing just that. So for 2 years, they were building their plan B, a health and wellness company. They've had some success, but they found that the market was saturated and they were meeting stiff competition. It's okay. No judgment. I was there too. Okay. So, in January 2013, she reconnected with a friend of many years, National Ambassador Renee Liao. The night of the tour, they launched right away due to the press of products and compensation plan. 9 months into the business, that's when they plugged into the system and they changed their mindset and they applied what they learned. Okay, so within 2 months, they've earned $20,000. Since that time, they've launched 40 VDMs. Their team has grown to 1,000 malls across 20 countries. And they've helped their team expand into China. Very impressive market. I think they had a video on Facebook. I think we had a couple of partners in the GWT China, and they were picking up the fairy mosh pieces. Very impressive. I hope you saw the video. I did. Wow. Okay, anyhow. So now GWT is their plan A, and what a perfect timing. As Robert had mentioned, Sarah is now facing unemployment, and Winnie is now a new mom to an adorable baby boy. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sarah Wong, our regional director. Thank you. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
You just came from Europe,
I
right?
know, I love it.
So it's a two cheek thing.
Two
Yeah.
cheeks. Okay. Sorry.
If you're Middle Eastern, I guess Macedonian or something, then it's three cheeks. Yeah.
Orthodox.
Oh, Orthodox, yes. I forgot the other day and I left him hanging.
One more.
Plus he didn't shave, so I was like, So hi everyone, and hi world. So welcome again to our global boot camp. It's amazing that you guys have taken the time out of your day to physically be here, and also to physically join the call, right? Because training is so important. And if you don't have belief in the company, belief in the products, belief in yourself, then what kind of power or aura are you portraying when you're going out into the market to talk about your business? So today we're going to talk a little bit about GWT, like the tripod of belief section. So in general, mindset. Okay, so mindset is everything. If you have the right mindset, it makes things go a lot easier. But if you set off on the wrong foot with the wrong mindset, it's not gonna be as easy, right? And before you leave your door, or make that phone call, or check that mindset, you have to check that mindset, right? We learn about the acronym HALT, H-A-L-T. So what does that stand for? Hungry, angry, lonely, tired, right? This happens to me as well. When I'm hungry, I get hangry, right? It happens to my sister. I think it runs in the family. So if you're hungry, what do? Eat. Exactly. Get something to eat. Get a snack. If you're angry, what do? Kind of loosen up, right?
Meditate or go for a walk.
Exactly. If you're lonely, what are you gonna do? I don't know, talk to a friend or
Think of something positive.
exactly, right? And if you're tired, take a nap. It does wonders. Okay, so if you can control the HALT, get rid of all those things that happen when you go out the door, then you're gonna be in the right mindset. So belief is so important for the tripod of success, right? So as I mentioned before, belief in the industry, belief in the company, and most importantly, belief in yourself. Okay, and I think the last one, belief in yourself, tends to impact a lot more people more deep down inside, right? And it does take a lot of commitment to work towards, believing in yourself that you can actually do it. So let's talk about belief in the industry. We are in the direct sales industry, right? And no other industry has created more millionaires than direct sales. A lot of people, they say, well, people can't make money in direct sales. Oh, slow connection, sorry. Would you like to hide all webcams or sharing webcams? Yeah, okay. All right, so, a lot of the world's biggest, businessmen, right, and very successful, and we're going to talk a little bit about them after, they've actually said that direct sales is probably the last resort for average people to actually attain financial and time freedom, okay? If you want those things, you're in the right industry. And just because some people haven't made money doesn't mean that money is not to be made. Because if nobody makes money, how can there be more millionaires created in direct sales than any other industry, right? This is a fact, okay? There's no other opportunity that allows for a small investment and unlimited return. What's the most basic package that we have in GWT? Retailer. And how much is retailer? Exactly, right? Everybody should be able to afford retailer at $169. If you can't, then you definitely need this opportunity, right? And what's the most? Diamond, right? 3099. How many stores or brick and mortar stores or businesses can you actually start with just $3,000?
None. You can't.
Exactly.
And also get a startup bonus, and you get all the other perks too. So.
Right. You get amazing products when you start up with us, right? So you get a chance now to earn residual passive income, which is what we're all here for today. Now, you're your own boss. 31st, because that's my last day at my job, my ball and chain.
Fire the boss.
July.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
30 days
Fire the
ago.
boss. Don't need you anymore. See you later.
Well, you know, I wanted to fire them
Fire me, I fire
next
you.
year, but they beat me to it. But that's okay, because I'm getting paid
You
out.
get the last laugh of the day anyway. So
Exactly, right? So I can't wait to not be stuck in traffic. You know, just plan my day, right? I'm going to be full-time serious. So also with a home-based business opportunity, you also get tax deductions, right? That a normal job cannot offer you. And as Robert had just told us about forensic accounting, you know, you can get back anywhere from like $2,000 to $10,000
Nope, the
every
tax
year,
man, the government's
right?
responsible.
Exactly. Now, low risk. It didn't take you much to start up, okay? And as Paul had mentioned here, when you spend, you know, when you become a member in GWT, you get products, right? And oftentimes the products that you get equals or exceeds the amount that you actually invested. And that is actually a one-time investment. You don't have to pay that every year, but you get these products that you can pass on generations to generations. Okay, so and if you're in North America or any other high-taxing area, you can get back your tax deductions as well. So there is zero risk to our business. Also, you gain experiencing owning your own business. I was not born an entrepreneur. I was born into a family that, you know, had very traditional values about going to school, getting a job, preferably a government job, but even that's not safe now, right? Nothing is safe if
Now
it's a job.
expendable.
Exactly, right? Even to this day, you know, with the success I've seen with GWT, my mom still says, Sarah, you should go and get a job after you. I'm like, no, Mom. Yeah. Okay, so as I mentioned, a lot of high-powered businessmen around the world have endorsed direct sales, like Warren Buffett, Donald Trump, Robert Kiyosaki, Bill Clinton, in publications like the Wall Street Journal. So, you know, definitely the belief in the industry is there, and it's in print and in the media. Direct sales has been around for a long time, 60 years. Okay, everyone has heard of that A company that sells health and nutrition. Yeah, they've been around for, you know, over 60 years. And of course, as I mentioned before, residual income. Okay, this industry has provided so many people with time and financial freedom because of residual passive income. It is so powerful, and that's what we're here for, right? We want to do that for ourselves, but we want to share this opportunity with everybody. And if you come across a good opportunity, don't you want to share it with friends and family? Okay, next part, belief in the company. So GWT, we're actually rounding into our 10th year anniversary, and you know, for a company to last more than 5 years, it must have its merits, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so we also have celebrity power, over 120 celebrities, and obviously this list is growing every day. We don't pay them to wear our products, but they just do, and they want to wear them. We've been featured in the American Business Journal. So American Business Journal is a very prestigious magazine that goes out to all the CEOs in North America. And they've listed us, a Canadian company, in the American Business Journal not once, but 2 times, right? They've flown up to Canada to actually interview our corporate team and CEO Renee Masgarlu. And you'll see all like our accolades along the side of the wall. We've also been featured in Canadian Business Journal, right? Featured in Prestige magazine as well. So these are high branding magazines. So here's the preferred magazine on the wall. We were featured as having one of the top 10 masterpieces of time next to Rolex, Patek Philippe, Montblanc, Chopard, right? This isn't what we're saying. This is what the media is saying, okay? And we've also been featured in Regard magazine 3 times on the front cover and an 8-page spread of models and celebrities wearing our fairy products. We've also been featured in Canadian Jeweler 3 times. So Canadian Jeweler is a trade magazine for the people in the jewelry industry. Average people cannot, they don't have access to this. You can't buy this in a newsstand. But we've been featured 3 times in it because our Fairy Mosh products are best of the best. We didn't say that, the industry did. We've also, so we went through the Preferred Magazine Top 10 Masterpieces of Time, models wearing Hugo Boss, Versace, and Fairy Silver in a photo spread. Now, to be recognized by the network marketing industry in direct sales is amazing because now we're being recognized by our peers, right? We've been featured in the Network Marketing Business Journal twice as Company of the Month. They've also said that we are in a class of our own, right? We have the strongest product lines as well as the best compensation plan in the industry. And this is what the industry is saying. Not us, the industry. It's really awesome that we actually have an A+ ranking on the Better Business Bureau. So many companies out there, like I think Louis Vuitton has an F rating, right? Yeah, so we have an A+ rating. So what's better? I think A+ is pretty good, right?
All the big designers.
Yeah.
Somewhere between C and F.
Yeah.
You don't have to be good to make billions.
Exactly.
We're actually good and we'll make billions.
Exactly. Okay, so also we have very unique product lines that no one else in the world has, like our 950 Selenium Silver line, right? It's so much higher in purity, but it's also plated with rhodium palladium. It's amazing. Like, I'm wearing a piece right now. Everyone comments on it when they see it. They love it, right? We also have the 19 karat and 21 karat Fairy Mosh Gold and Diamond collection, right? As well as our Plankston, which is platinum and tungsten combined. We have all these unique metals that our CEO, because we come from a family heritage of jewelry manufacturing, that we're able to create these amazing products that gives us the edge. So we are actually the only company in the world that allows you to buy and sell a brand. So we're talking about Fairy, Fairy Mosh, and Posh by Fairy, and earn residual income. If I go buy a Gucci bag, will Gucci pay me? No, but I'm helping them advertise, right? However, when I'm using my Fairy bag or my 950 Selenium ring, people ask me where I got it. I don't have to tell them where I got it in the mall. I say, oh, I have an online shopping mall. Why don't you check it out? And then they buy from there, right? Why make the stores rich when you can make yourself rich? Now, as I said before, we're the only company in the world that has Plankston, 19 karat gold, and 21 karat gold, and definitely the only company in the world that has that in direct sales. Okay, this is an amazing thing that we have. And also, we have the best compensation plan in the world. So www.ourgwt.com is actually our national ambassador, Rene Liao's website. He breaks it down for you, all different companies, comparisons with GWT. So go to the comparisons, compensation plan comparisons on the left side of that website, and you'll be able to see how we stack up with the rest. And we are definitely the best of the best. Okay. So to continue, pitfalls of multi-level marketing, or MLM. I come from as Sharon had introduced me, from a health and nutrition background in direct sales. And so my parents, maybe 20 years, 25 years ago, they were also part of that A company that we said had over 6 years of experience. So I already knew a few different compensation plans coming into it. And that's why when Renee told us and showed us the GWT opportunity, we launched right away, right? Because we saw immediately that this plan was amazing. GWT's plan can definitely pay you. And, you know, with less effort than, say, doing it in health and nutrition. So some of the common questions that we'd like to talk about when we're talking about pitfalls of MLMs is how many legs, right? A lot of companies out there, you have to build, I don't know, 11, 10, 25, you know, and they're really proud about it. It's so weird. But why would you want to build 25 legs when you can just build 2, like in GWT, right? It's all about working smarter, not harder. Okay? How many levels? A lot of companies out there, they either cut it off at a certain level, right? Right. So it's like, you know, if they cut you off at 7 levels, well, what if you have a big shot that comes in on the 8th? You don't get paid on it, right? Well, GWT, we get paid to infinity, so we have no levels, right? This is also very amazing. Do you have ranks? So what are ranks in MLM industry set up to do? Can anyone tell me?
Set barriers.
Exactly. Set barriers to do?
Earnings.
Exactly. They don't, like, ranks are there, ranks are set so that it stops the money from leaving the company, right?
It limits you.
Exactly, and it limits you. Therefore, only a very small percentage of people that go into those companies actually are able to make big money, right? For us, we have no ranks. We have recognition ranks like diplomat, ambassador, regional ambassador, national ambassador, and global ambassador, but those are just recognition. It has no bearing to how you can earn money and how much money you can make.
That motivational go forward.
Right, and to help your team, yes, right? So if your company has ranks, then that basically means you probably won't be making much money, okay? Sorry?
Game over.
Exactly, game over. So there's also, what's your total payout? What's your total payout? Well, for us, GWT, we get paid out to 8%, which is actually a lot higher than some other companies. In telecom, I think it's like, less than 1%.
I know Renee did that a few weeks ago. He did a comparison of other company and ours, a piece on Facebook that was 2.5 compared to ours, which is 8%.
Yes, that was a J company, also in health and nutrition.
In our flex plan, if you're diamond at the lowest level, it's paid you out 5%.
Exactly.
Right? In most companies, even if you become the supreme NATO commander, that's the maximum. You're going to get paid out this way.
So you're still ahead of the game. Even on.
So world, if you didn't hear Sean, Sean made a really good point. We have a flex plan that, you know, you can flexibly set when you want to cash out. But even at the lowest, you still get paid 5%. So we get paid 5 to 8%, which is still way above industry standards in terms of payout. Now, payout in bonuses or residuals. Well, for us, the company pays out 60% in commissions, 10% in bonuses, right? But a lot of the companies, they may pay a lot more in bonuses, but a lot less in commissions. So what does that mean for the average person? Well, bonuses, you can only earn as you hit them, but it won't really give you stable residual income, right? You want a plan that actually pays out more in compensation than bonuses, like GWT, okay? Earnings per distributor ratio. So Renee has broken this down many, many times, and it's very eye-opening because, you know, in health and nutrition, coming from the health and nutrition field, he breaks it down that basically for every distributor you have in your team, you basically earn $1 from them, right? So let's use Renee for an example. If he earns $100,000 per month in health and nutrition, you'd have to at least have about 100,000 people in your organization, okay? And that's every month, right? That's really hard to do. I don't know 100,000 people, right? But in GWT, our earnings per distributor ratio is more like 1 to 8. So every distributor that we have, we get paid out, $8, right? So when Renee actually hit $100,000 per month last year, he did it with I think 7,000, 8,000 people. And that is so totally doable for the average person, okay? Retention ratio. This is so important. Sorry. In my old company, yeah, I could introduce the people and they come into, to my team. But when that stupid transfer buy or auto ship kicks in, where they are forced every single month to buy products that have an expiry date, sooner or later, I see them dropping off like flies. And I'm back on the hamster wheel trying to, bring in fresh blood. I'm supposed to do that anyways, but it just makes my job a lot harder to reach retirement earlier, right? So for us, we're not forced every month to buy physical products, right? We're actually not forced to do anything. But if you want to make residual income, we have this amazing monthly inventory plan that you can subscribe to every month. Just save up $30, $35, $75, or $150. This is still your money that goes into your GWT spending account for future products. You can buy whatever you want when you want, right? And they don't have expiry dates. I don't have to throw away my watch later, right? I can give it and pass it on to future generations. These things have value, right? So this makes everyone really happy because being on this monthly inventory program, you can actually shop and be guilt-free shopping. I don't know if you guys saw my post on my shoes that I bought through Ferry. Oh my God, it was so exciting that day because originally it was supposed to be Ivy's appointment, but I took it over by trying on 6 shoes. And then I've never heard so many people giggling at the same time in a retail area, or a place that you can get products from, right?
Yes.
But men don't get excited.
Guys giggled.
Guys giggled?
Oh, they were just.
Wow. Okay, let's record that next time and post it. That would be a great promotional video. But guilt-free shopping. It was so much fun. I was like, I want that one. Should I get that one too? So anyways. All right. And then volume flushing. Oh my goodness. So many companies out there flush your volume. Why? Because it's another deterrent for you to make money, right? With GWT, none of our volume ever flushes. So I actually told Renee about my old company, the one that starts with M and ends with A, in health and nutrition. And at their conventions, they would use this illustration. Basically, they wheel out this big toilet, right? And they're talking about negative products that you don't buy from their company, and they're flushing it. They're flushing all these products down the toilet, basically saying if you don't buy from your own company, you're flushing your money down the toilet, right? But they are like the kings of flushing. I think there was 6 ways I listed to Renee how you can flush in that company, right? And if you blink your eye, you might forget to do something and you'll flush. But with GWT, what I saw the night that we launched our VDM was there was no flushing. So everything that I do, everything my team does, will always be there for me, right? As long as I continue my monthly inventory account, I can continue banking that, right? So I thought that was really amazing. cap on volume. So once again, in my other company, if you wanted to make 6 figures, you had to open 5 different business centers and make sure all of them were filled, right? That's how you would make 6 figures. But for us, there is no cap. Well, for them, there's a cap, a weekly cap, right? But for us, there is no real cap, and if you do hit that one cap that we're also proud of, when you make $10,000 per week per business center, that's a really nice cap to be at because you know you're succeeding in your business, right? Also, do you get paid on all legs, right? There's companies out there where they only pay on the short leg, like the smallest leg, okay? That's another thing that the company throws in to make sure that you don't really make that much money.
The thing is, too, when you cap out, you open up another avenue to continue growth.
Right, right. So
there's no cap.
Well, up to 3 business centers. But you're right. You know, by the time we're making 1.65 million, you know, well, you know.
That's called retirement.
Exactly. Then you can retire or slow down. So once again, GWT, we have no ranks, okay, no levels, no flushing of volume, no cap on volume or carry over of volume. That was another thing I really liked. In my old company, if you got to that threshold to cash out, any extra volume that you had, it doesn't carry over, it flushes. And then they try to tell you that it's a good thing. Like, why is that a good thing, you know? And also, we have the first free-flowing variable binary compensation plan. Okay. Ramin has done an incredible job giving us this opportunity. Everyone has that fair start to build your team and get 8% on it, which is highest in the industry, right? And as I mentioned before, our products don't go bad. They don't have an expiry date or shelf life. I still have products that are near expiry in my house, which I'm trying to get my parents to take.
There you go.
Right?
I love you. Take this.
Products don't need to be tasted or tried for 3 months before you see results. Everything, once we put it on, is visual. Right? You either like it or you don't. Exactly. And you can't miss it. Right? So as I said, instant gratification, 3 seconds to know if you like it or not. And there's plenty to choose from. We have a huge selection of products, and it's actually continuing to expand. Okay. Products don't lose their value. You can actually transfer it to or give it to your future generations. As I said, they can be passed down as heirlooms. And products are an investment that only gain in value. So our China team that did that video where they picked up 5 fairy mosh pieces, those pieces are going to increase in value over time, for sure, right? Exactly. So, and plus, you know, it comes with the world's largest third-party independent appraisers as well as certification companies, right? So you're definitely getting protected investment.
A1 is worth more, actually.
Yes, totally. So Ramin's top 25 whys that GWT products are the best. Naturally high profit. In fashion, like if you get an LV bag that's $4,000, how much do you really think they actually spent to make it? It's probably around like $200–300, right? Huge markup. And people don't even question it. You know, they'll go and eat instant noodles or bread and water for a month trying to save up to buy that $1,000-something bag, right? Products are visual. So we just said it. Norah just said it. You can't miss it, right? They're cultural. How does cultural play in?
There's no culture that they don't work for.
Oh, right.
Yeah, no boundaries.
There's no
Okay.
boundary by culture.
Every culture
Likes to look good,
Find something.
right? Every culture likes to look good. There's no culture that wants to look bad, right? They're unique. So we have, you know, our selenium, our 19 karat gold, 21 karat gold. These are also very, very unique products that only we have, right? Value versus benefit. So, you know, I'm doing a seminar on health and nutrition, and or I'm just talking to a grandma like for an hour about why she should be on a multivitamin, why she should be on calcium, and then afterwards she's like, wow, that was very informative. And then she goes to Walmart or she goes to Costco to buy it, right? And I'm exactly. So that sucks, but for us, value, right? Like you get actually valued assets when you purchase these things that you like, that you want, right? If this isn't what your style is, I cannot force this down your throat. You will not buy it, right? Also, tangible product lines, right? Very visual. They're in your face all the time. And now you can walk on people because we have shoes, if you're into that sort of thing. Products increase in value, right? You know, we already touched upon this. Definitely gold and diamonds, silver. These are precious commodities that will go up in value. Okay, no competition. We are the only company in direct sales that deals with fashion, right? Luxury fashion. And it's really great to have a company that you belong to that there's no other competition. In health and wellness, there are thousands of companies that are selling the newest juice, the newest health and wellness craze, right? What's to stop them from going to other stores or other companies? Vast selection of flagship products. So once again, like our 19 karat, our 21 karat, these are flagship items that we have. Right? Products are pre-approved. We're already in like 90, 93, 94, 90-something countries around the world, right? Exactly.
There's 99 left.
99
And we will dominate eventually.
I'm going to Antarctica. Is that a country? Yeah, that's a continent. You know, like my timepiece, I'm not going to eat it, right? I'm not gonna like rub my skin and stuff. So it's pre-approved, right? Everyone knows this is a timepiece. Everyone knows this is a watch. Everyone knows this is a ring, right? There's so much less red tape to go through if you're trying to open a new market. Products have verifiable retail value, right? People go to stores now in the mall to buy like $100 fashion jewelry piece from the retail stores. They're already spending this money anyways. Why not spend it in your company? So, the numbering's a little off. Media accolades. So we already went through all the media accolades, like Preferred Magazine, Canadian Jeweler, all these, American Business Journal, right? So these are third-party media accolades that we didn't say it, they did. Products are authenticated and certified. Right? So I said for our Fairy Mosh line, we have Gem Labs, IGI, AGS, right? That certify our products. And we're in a recession-proof industry. Fashion is recession-proof. So yesterday I had dinner with Ivy and we were, you know, chit-chatting, and she had said that her friend was feeling a little depressed. So what did she do? She went to the mall and spent $800 on clothes. I don't know what she spent, but, you know, and she already has financial issues anyways, but she's still spending this money, right? So if you're happy, you shop. If you're sad, you shop, right? People may not shop for themselves, but they'll shop for other people. This is how it works, I guess, right? We have a want product versus a need product. Right? So I was also doing a seminar on health and wellness, and it was an hour. So I was talking about it, and at the end, this girl came up to me, and I thought she was ready to get started or buy products, right? Instead, she saw my timepiece, which was, sparkling all over, and she's like, "Where did you get that watch? I love it." So that's actually the turning point. Winnie and I, we were in a 9-month business coma because we were still, hoping that the health and nutrition field would be good. But when that happened, when I spent like an hour and a half talking about nutrition, and then all she saw was this timepiece, that was like, okay, I think it's time to reevaluate. Yes, that was my TSN turning point, right? Once again, investment versus consumption, right? What happens when you consume health and nutrition products? They go out in the toilet the next day, right? Or if you're really healthy, probably in a few hours, right? But these things, it's an investment, right? You don't throw these things away. Products can be shared, both visually or, let them touch and feel, right? Gorgeous products, exciting products, like those shoes. Man, it was just so, I still get goosebumps when I tried on those shoes.
Where is your shoe?
Oh, they're at home. I wear them for weddings and probably convention. Yeah, you'll see them.
I
Ivy let me touch hers.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, she would. Yes.
Yes.
We saw her.
Ivy has her pair in the back, so at lunchtime you guys can ask her about it. And of course, our inventory account program, right? Being able to save up for shopping, guilt-free. And high quality products and a high retention percentage, right? The retention ratio that we said. Best retail profits, so you can earn, different ways in this company by having, you can drop off a catalog, or you can do branding parties. You can drive traffic to your online website, right? Products are reliable. GWT has an amazing, fantastic warranty program, and our corporate team is always willing to try to help you the best they can. And product lines are safe, right? Once again, I'm not eating this timepiece, right? I don't have to worry about it. Whereas in health and nutrition, everything you put on your skin or you consume it, there's always, everyone's different, right? So what if they have an allergic reaction? Okay, so peace of mind is what I'd say. All right. So we've talked about belief in the industry. So everyone believes in the industry that it will help you make millions, right? And belief in the company. We just went through that. Who believes in GWT and our product lines? Okay, everyone. Yes. All right. So now this is the most difficult thing, right? Belief in yourself. So we are all made equal, okay? Mostly everyone should have 2 hands, 2 feet, 2 ears, 1 mouth, and 1 head, right? And as I said before, I was never born an entrepreneur. There are no born salespeople, right? These skills are learned through experience and through training, okay? You can basically do whatever you put your mind to, okay? If your why is strong enough, then it's going to be able to kickstart you and move you and build momentum, right? Watch motivational videos, okay, to get you pumped up in the morning, or if you're down in that valley that day, right? Watch a motivational video to pump you up, okay? Attend personal development courses, exactly. So all these trainings that we have in GWT, they all kind of relate to personal development, right? Whether you're getting yourself more familiar with the business, or like this training, Tripod of Belief, right? It gets you more into the mindset. Think positive. So like The Secret, that movie or the book, The Secret, if you think it, it'll happen, right? Positive thinking goes a long way. And the only one stopping you is really yourself, right? We as senior business partners can help you do the best or be the best that you can be, but it's up to you. If you want to help yourself, then that's all that matters, right? So all types of people are successful. There's no stereotype. Anyone can do this, okay? And excuses, reasons versus results. So many people, they're either too busy or they're doing this weekend or, you know, they can't come out. Well, if you are full of reasons and excuses, then your results that you attain will obviously reflect that, right? So it's so important to be in that right mindset. Come out or attend or call in or listen to these trainings afterwards, right? These are meant for you to excel in the business. Get past the no's. Some people, they get their first few no's, right? Very common, happens to everyone, right? They get their first few no's or I'm not interested or whatnot, and then they take it too personally, and they think that they're saying no to you. But no, they're actually saying no to the opportunity, or maybe the timing's not right, right? And forensic will actually go through that in detail and really help you realize that this is all a numbers game, right? The reason why, you know, Sean and Renee, Reza, Sherry, myself, you know, the leaders in Africa, why are we successful? Because we got more no's than you did, okay? The 80-20 rule. 20% of the people that you bring into this business will be coachable, will be coming out to training and whatnot. But the vast majority, like about 80%, probably won't, right? So this isn't against you. This is just the laws of numbers, right? The laws of averages. And another example, aces in a deck of cards, right? There's only 4 aces in that deck of cards. And if you knew that these aces would help you in attaining time and financial freedom, what are you going to do? You're going to keep flipping through the deck to find those aces, right? Are you going to stop? No, because you know those aces are there. This business is no different. The slot machine. If you know that you had 100 coins and you know a few of those 100 coins is going to help you hit that jackpot, what are you going to do? You're going to keep putting that coin in and you're just going to keep pulling until you hit that jackpot, right? This business also not. There's nothing different. And once again, I said it's not personal. Okay, don't take it personally when even the most closest person to you says no, right? My parents, they came into the business to do shopping. They're not in it to do business. But in the beginning, they were very skeptical. They were like, how can you get $6,000 products and, you know, only put in $3,000? That doesn't make sense. Where's the company making money? Blah, blah, blah. They had all these, like, objections, right? They didn't come in the beginning when I asked them if they wanted to. They came in, you know, like 10 people down the line, right? But that's okay, because it's a timing thing, right? Eventually they'll see, okay? And they'll realize. The only way you fail in this business is that if you stop, or if you stop trying, okay? As long as you keep going, keep that forward momentum, keep your blinders on, you are going to succeed eventually, okay? You only stop learning when you stop, right? So even though we have these Bootcamp 1, Bootcamp 2, and the Wednesday boot camps, every time there could be a new trainer doing a different topic, giving their spin on the topic. You learn different things every time, right? If you think coming to just the first 3 and then that's it, you're going to succeed, well, I got news for you. It's not going to be that easy, right? all the successful people in this business have come out to do these same trainings, to listen to these same trainings, to call on, you know, the Monday, the Tuesday, and the, you know, Sunday night webinars, right? They've just continued to do that. And what you do will duplicate to your team as well, okay? So, as we said again, don't be a quitter, right? Do you often find yourself doing something halfway and never really finishing it to the end? Okay, it's because you didn't continue trying. Okay, let's see. And as I said, your why. Okay, a lot of times they say your why should make you cry, because then that can light a fire up your behind to get you moving. Okay, what will motivate you to do and like to achieve greatness? Okay. A lot of people, it's to be able to spend more time with their kids or their family, or retire their parents, right? Or people that want to do philanthropic work. Are you too comfortable right now? Okay. Being in the corporate world for 12 years, I did lull into that comfort zone. But be reignited. And are you tired of your life, right? That mundane life. You wake up, you go to work, you come home, you eat dinner, you watch TV, you go to bed, right? Cycle continues, right? Don't you want to do more with your life? Okay. So make things happen. And, you know, be coachable, right? Every good leader was once a good student. And when we mean coachable, one, do what those successful leaders have done so that you can duplicate and allow your team to duplicate as well, right? We go to every single, like we try to go to every single training that we can, right? We've been to them, but because we're coachable, we will continue to go, okay? And the thing is, you can try things your way, but like team strategy, for instance, right? You can try, like this is your business, you can build it however you want, but there are certain things and processes that are set up in the business that if you do want success, these are proven pathways to success, that if you follow it, you can actually achieve much more in less time, right, than trying to figure things out, right? This is a system. And if you plug into this system, you're going to do just fine. Try to learn the first time instead of making the same mistake 20 times before you learn. So that's just a common thing. Success is going no to no with it, right? The worst are those people that say, yeah, let me see. Actual fact is worse than a no, because they're wasting your time, right? Your time and effort. So if they say no, great. That's awesome. Thanks. Move to the next, right? Definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Okay? So, you know, learn from your mistakes and learn from your senior partners, because we've gone through those mistakes, right? We want yours to be a pothole, like, free path, right? And that's my section for today. Any questions for me?
5 minutes. Questions about our product belief or
Any questions?
great time to clarify so that when you're out in the field, you know, you're calm, you're competent, you know how to handle things.
Okay, so that's it for me then.
Good job.
I can't see the thing actually. So Angele,
Yes, I'm here, Sarah. Awesome job.
are there any questions from the world?
No, I see no questions.
Okay, all right.
You did a great job.
Woohoo! So we're gonna break for lunch now. So lunch is about an hour. So let's come back around 10 past 1, so 1:10.
That sounds great. Thank you so much, Sarah.
All right, awesome. Okay, see you guys later.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so lunch is actually here. Those of you that have ordered Chinese food.
I don't know.
Hi, world. Is everyone here?
Hey, we're back. All right.
Hi,
We're
Sarah.
going to get started. Hi. So we're going to get started now with the afternoon section. So Sharon's going to come up and introduce our next presenter.
Ready? Ready? Idris Elba here. You remind me of that actor.
Yeah, he does, you know.
I know, we have a movie star in the house. Sorry to put you on the spot. Yeah?
Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. That's good. That's good. Okay. So welcome everyone. Welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch. So, amen. So our next session is for the power of IA and renewal. Okay, we had a little bit of a video of that on our YouTube channel. All of the leaders were talking about it and so excited about their shopping. So our next presenter and trainer is Norah Bastien. She was introduced to GWT by an email when she was broke. And you never know. I'm just reading her bio. You know what the amazing thing is that everyone of greatness, they came from circumstances where you kind of feel like there's nothing to go but up. So I really have to recognize her for that and her incredible persistence and her strength. You deserve that. Okay. She comes from a travel nutrition background, and she loved GWT when she saw it, especially the MIA program. No boxes of unwanted products, expired products. I can relate. All right, she launched as Diamond, and a month later, she launched her husband as Diamond 2. And when they attended the first convention, which was in 2008, they also became shareholders. She is now a diplomat and been recognized for her leadership multiple times. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Norah Bastien.
Where's she standing? The camera's right there.
Okay.
Where? Yeah. So you'll be presenting on that side.
All right. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to talk to you about the power of IA. This is really very important. And what I love about this, actually, how many of you presented the business to somebody and say they have no money?
Yes.
So I was one of them. I was so broke. But when I go through the business, I'm coming from nutrition background, and with all the products that we receive, I really love the IA program in GWT. And I fell in love with it that I was so anxious. I couldn't sleep because I want to start right away, but I didn't have any money. And if I want to start, I want to start at Diamond. So actually, we had a breakthrough, like they say, God will make a way when there's no way. That's right. And I had that a little prayer that if this business is for me, this one. I got an application of a credit card where I shouldn't be approved because my credit card was already overflowing. But I got approved, so I start Diamond. Anyways.
Wow.
Yeah. Enough to start a Diamond.
So you just got a card for this business?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. So so I really have no choice but to work hard in the business when I first started because I was in so much debt. So I was in the hole. All right. So now why this one is very important, annual renewal of the business, because the renewal of the business gives you maintain the position in the binary system, which is the two legs that Sarah is talking about. There's also the growth of your organization plus earning royalty income. And they continue to purchase the product at members price, which is if you're Diamond, you get up to 50% and up. And also continue being able to build promote the product and the business. And receive residual income for life. So, the next one, Sarah. Now, this is the monthly IA. Why is this a key to residual income? Because the IA actually unlocks everything, the income potential that you can earn in the business. Because without your IA, if you don't go contribute to your IA program, the MIA, it's an option, but it is an option that no one you just cannot afford to miss it. And it protects the accumulated sales volume from your team as well, and it allows the continual growth of your volume. So what it does, I like writing on paper. What it does is like everything that you read there, like enable you to earn requirements of weekly bonuses. Can you imagine if you started your business because it's an option and you don't want to take it, right? But if you really want to get serious in building retirement income, receivable income, then you have to have this. This is very important. And there's people that ask, like, why is it that GWT doesn't send a notice if when they renew the business, when they just renew it automatically? Well, you should be thankful to GWT for the system that renewing it automatically, because if you have, let's say, because you start your business, you have that, and then in the binary you have team here and B. Let's say this is your straight leg, your common leg, right? If there's like, for example, other people that have, some of us have millions of dollars in volume on one side, and if you are not on IA, you will not have that. This is your retirement, really, that volume there. So that protects that from, your IA protects that, and if it's not renewed automatically, this will just go flush. So instead of asking why the renewal is automatic, we should be thankful that the renewal of the business is automatic. And you always have to have a card there that is active, because if it's not gonna go through, if your payment doesn't go through, that volume will flash. Okay? And if you miss on your IA, that volume will flash as well. And you don't blame it on GWT, because on your dashboard, it actually shows your renewal date, your IA date, your renewal date, first page on your back office. It shows there. So GWT have thousands of consultants, and you have one business to take care of if you really value your business. Well, first of all, we invest money into it. So I think it is just right that we have to take care of our own investment. So also with the IA, you can also use that to buy the products, our lovely products that we have, and anytime you want. That's what I love about it. You can buy whenever you want and anytime you want. And we're coming up with more products. The company is coming up with more products, so there is really no shortage of the excitement of the shopping. You know, that's what I love the most about it. Oh my God! If you see the posting on Facebook right now, there's Ronin from Australia. He's got his he doesn't have enough IA. I think Sarah doesn't have enough IA now too. But I bet you her wallet is bigger than the IA. That's our problem in GWT. Like some companies, you have to have like, how do I dispose this product? Oh my God! You know, next month there's another box will come. But for us, our problem is we don't have enough IA in our account to shop.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why Sarah was talking earlier. In the company, the retention ratio is high because of that. I see that. So the weekly commission, it allows us for that, enable us for the weekly commission, right? Because it shows that later I will talk about it in the next slide. There's an asset. Okay, our why he was talking about economics, why it is an asset, because We have our in GWT, we have our money now. The money now, I was asked, I want to pay my IA, but when is GWT gonna pay? I mean, really? The IA is for you to buy product whenever you want. GWT pays every time you sponsor somebody, you get your wholesale profit. That's all, you get paid right away. It goes into your e-wallet. And if you have retail sales, within 24 hours, that money is loaded into your e-wallet. And then GWT pays when the volume reaches 6,250. You get your commission, $500 if you are diamond. Next. Okay, this is the royalty income. This only, you can only avail of this if you are on IA. That's why IA is very important. This is paid weekly. So with monthly inventory of, like as a diamond 150, right? 150 a month, then gold 75, tungsten 75 a month, and $35 for silver. So those are the choices. So 75% of that contributes towards your cycle commission. So every time, and that is going down to infinity. And your IA also, you can use that. It's like a savings account for you to use money that, you can use that money for retail, to sell it to your friends. And let's say if you're single, you want to propose to your girlfriend, you can use that too. Or for gift giving, there's a lot of special occasions that you can give that. Some people, they use it for their buy gifts for the whole bridal entourage. Yeah. And of course the residual income and the investment part of it. Because Fairy Mosh was hailed by Canadian Jeweler magazine as the unimaginable ultra luxury jewelry collection. That's why it is an investment for this, because it will that with that you can accumulate sales. Yeah. So how do you accumulate those volumes, millions of volumes? So let's say you launch. This is also a way to 7-figure income. So let's say you introduce 5 people. Can you imagine, just imagine for a second, you don't want to pay, you don't want to invest on your IA. Because you have an option anyways, company doesn't force you to do it. But for your own benefit, it's better if you are on IA. Can you imagine if you don't pay for it? So there, even let's just say you have 625 in your team, not your own, everybody in your team. Right? Let's say you just introduce 2 and then you fall asleep. Or maybe you introduce 5 and then you went in a coma like Sarah and Winnie for 9 months. Right? So then it got that part, so everybody else went to work. And then you have 625 in your team. You woke up one day and voila, you went to your back office, you have 625. So basically, even with $35 IA, you are throwing away $15,750 of residual income. And that's a lot of money just for $35 a month. Let's just assume everybody in your team is at 35. And at $75, that's 33,000. That's, I'm using the lowest one, 625. So $33,000 a year. That's actually more than what many people making in a year. And for 150, oh boy, that's quite a good retirement income, right? So it's just 150 a month. Like for example, that I posted there, 150 a month, and then you can have that potential income. Maybe it's harder in the beginning, but really you cannot. It's a waste might as well, like I said, if you don't want to invest on your monthly IA, you better be really good in sales so you can retire, right? Because that's the only income you will have, the retail sales.
It's worth it in the end. Once you see the future away from it, it's worth it.
Yep. Okay. Now we talk about I touched part of it already about the these are actually real life stories. So Vicky actually, so the key actually is you don't just put your money and do nothing, right? You have to tell people about the business, introduce people, so at least it start growing in case something happens to you, you get sick or whatever. So this is what happened with Vicky. She started a business, she introduced a few people, and then she got sick. So a year later, she accumulated, but she continued paying on her IA. A year later, she accumulated 250,000 sales volume. So she made actually over $3,000 that when she came back that month because everybody was working. She didn't even have money in her account, in her e-wallet. Then she started going back to work. That's what's the powerful of our IA. And she's from St. Lucia, so whatever she makes is actually more than what they earned there monthly. And she made that year. Yeah. And of course, you're familiar with this story. Yeah, so gorgeous Sarah and Winnie, 9 months later, they paid their IA. They just sign up because they know the value of the business, right? So the compensation plan, they love it, sign up right away. But they were so loyal to their other business, you know. They have, so they didn't do nothing. And then 9 months later, they made 20 grand when they started coming to the business because really you just have to build your one side. And Reza Miss Garlo, that's yeah, everybody knows Reza's story. Reza Miss Garlo started and didn't do nothing. He's got a nice job, nice cozy job as Ramin would put it. So he didn't really care. So he paid his monthly 150, and then 3.5 years later, he had 7.5 million sales volume. That didn't happen for doing nothing. He introduced people, like a few people, into the business, and then while he was busy, everybody, because really maybe Risa have a cozy job, right? But the people he introduced to the business have a different dream. The people we introduce to the business have a different dream. So their want is more than we have, right? So you can go and start working. Yeah, so that is exactly what happened with Risa. Now, well, then 27 months later, he made his first million. Actually, there's a story there. He wanted, okay, let me tell that. He wanted, his wife was like pregnant at that time. He wanted to start Midas franchise. Wanted to start, was like 600 something thousand investment. Yeah. So we're driving, so of course he has Ramin with him, as talking to Ramin, and then Ramin was listening to him why he wants to start a franchise, blah blah blah. And then Ramin finally said, why would you look at your back office? You have all this money there. You might have finance. You can have financial freedom with Midas, but you will not have time freedom for your son. So that thing for him, and he turned around and started building the business. This is very important. A proper level of monthly IA, because if your diamond is 150, and then there's other two options, which is 75 and 35. Your buying power is depending on the package you came in, whether silver, retailer, tungsten, gold, or diamond. Buying power stays, but the money you make is different. Base is based on your IA. So if you are not on 150 or diamond, but you only pay $75 or $35 IA, then your $75, your cycle is only $375. So you're basically making the same effort, or doing the same effort, but making less. And if you notice this, 150 IA is actually cheaper than $75 IA, because 150 IA as diamond, you actually have 3 business centers that would accumulate sales volume for you. But if you just use any of this for IA, this are closed. You will not accumulate sales volume of this. So if you have 1 million in here of volume by putting the $75 IA, this one is 0. So you are wasting that $1 million for your retirement or your kids' money. So that's very important. So for $35, $125 instead of $500.
Can I ask a question? So
yes.
You're saying at diamond, at any other level below diamond, you're not paid on more than one virtual designer mall?
No, yes,
You have one
only
virtual
one.
designer.
Only one.
Okay, so if you pay 150 as a diamond, then you actually get to bank all the volume in business centers 1, 2, and 3. So making your future, like, you know, you have 2 franchises basically. You have 3 franchises when you come in, right? Business centers 1, 2, and 3.
As diamond.
Yeah, but well, as anybody,
Yeah.
even retailer
yeah,
gets three,
right. But they're
right?
not. Yeah.
But if you're saving up 150 towards your monthly IA, you're actually banking volume in centers 1, 2, and 3. You may not be building 2 and 3 right now, but the volume keeps accumulating. So later, when you cap out business center 1 at 10,000 per week,
Yeah.
and then you open business center 2, half the work is already done for you. You just have to build that inside for that business center 2, right? It's really exciting. I get excited when I talk about it.
I actually call this, okay, business center 1 is like your checking account. This is kind of like your RSP, whatever you call it, retirement,
Yes.
or a land banking, or
Yes.
business center 3, whatever. Because you can, as it develops, the value gets higher, right? So
Right.
that's how I.
And then the thing is, if you're not on the appropriate IA level, so if you're a diamond but you're paying like $35 a month, you're still only banking on that one business center. Plus, you're not getting your full 8%. You're actually earning lower, right?
Yeah.
You're earning like 125 per 5,000 point
Yes.
cycle, right? So, you know, be a diamond, be on 150.
Yes. Yeah. And then also the
Exactly.
business
Yes.
development bonus, because there's more money to be earned as diamond. Business
Yes.
development bonus 10% on first generation, and then 5% on second generation. But if you are not on a proper IA, you don't even get that. It's
So instead of 5%,
yeah.
you're getting 2.5%.
Yes.
So the bottom line is diamond all the way.
Yes.
Yes. If you're not diamond, get to diamond
Yeah.
as soon as possible and be on appropriate IA.
Whatever level you're at, pay the IA to that level.
Right.
Yes. And okay. See, maybe let's say, okay, maybe $100 is not too much. Like for me, first month, my first target when I started is for me not to pay my IA. So I want to make money enough a month that my IA is covered. So that was my first target. But can you imagine if you only have like extra $500 a month, right? Extra $500 a month is like having $120,000 in your account, sitting in your account right now, earning 5%. I don't even have that. So can you imagine? So going up, even that $300, it seems so little. $300 is nothing. but like a 5% interest, and they don't pick, the bank doesn't even give 5% interest.
No.
Yeah, so you don't even make that.
That's high.
But this is, that's why GWT is a great retirement, right, Bob? Yeah. So the bottom line, right? Bottom line of IA and the renewal is, like in GWT, you don't lose any money. One time at convention, somebody asked me, what is the worst thing that can happen to you in GWT, even if you're the leastest person, the leastest person, you don't want to do anything, deadbeat, you know, but all you do is pay your IA. You just pay your RA. The worst thing that can happen to you is you'll have all this. Or $40,000 diamond ring. That's the very bottom line of having the IA. And renewing it is very important. That's it.
Thank you. Yay, thank you, Norah. So I think there are some comments. Let's see. Question, please. Let's see if there's any comments. Nope, there are no new comments. Any questions about why you want to renew your, or be on IA and renew your IA? Any questions from the world?
Hi, Sarah. I just wanted to read, there were a couple comments.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, one of them is from Team St. Lucia. Great training, Sarah. We've got Abdur Razak and Abdul. We've Nigeria's in the house. We've got this is from Vernisha, Evel, and Halia from St. Lucia. We are all E, extremely exhausted and excited. Cannot wait to get to forensic next month. And we have a big thank you from St. Lucia. So we want to welcome all these people from all over the world on the call. And I'm just going to find Vernisha, and Sharon can take it away.
Okay, awesome. Woo-hoo! Everyone's doing an amazing job being on the call today, worldwide, and actually live in person as well. So Sharon, who's our next presenter?
Okay, so yes, our next presenter is Vernisha Charles Jones from St. Lucia, diplomat, right? Diplomat? Oh, ambassador. Thank you. A champion ambassador, Vernisha Charles Jones. Okay. So she did a recent training for one of our Sunday night leadership calls called Mind Your Business to help us keep us focused.
Oh, that was wonderful.
You loved it?
Awesome.
Yeah. You loved it? Vernisha, can you hear that? They all loved your training. Awesome. Can you hear? Thank you so much. And, she shared an incredible story of persistence. I think it was last September. She went on this 90-day sprint to share the business. She shared it with 300 people. And she could have quit. People told her, oh, our market is too small, people have no money, but she had her why, her babies. She didn't want them to work for money. Okay? So anyhow, she overcame those obstacles and those limitations, and her VDM has now made $2.5 million in sales.
Awesome.
So, I'm going to pass it over to Vernisha, and take it away.
Sharon, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you. Oh, sorry.
Well, thank you so much for such a warm welcome, Sharon. What a phenomenal job that you're doing as a host. And I know Angele is having us on the international leg, doing a phenomenal job there as well. And big congratulations to you, Angele, for doing a super great job as the Ambassador of the Month. To everyone on this call, wherever you are in the world, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. A very, very big and warm good afternoon to those of you in Toronto, Canada. We are very, very warm in the Caribbean. As you can see, my face is all shiny from the heat, but I'm loving it. It is my pleasure to walk you through this very significant part of our training, which is your why. In every aspect of our lives, we do different things in our lives, and everything that we do stems from a why. You wake up on a morning to do what you do, and there's a why behind it. It may not be a conscious why, but there's always a subconscious why if there's not a why. In your GWT business, Global World Trade Corporation's corporate team, support team, have put every single thing in place to ensure your success. So the processes, the systems, the products, the training, every single tool is available for you to succeed. The only thing that will prevent you from succeeding in your global wealth trade business is your why. So if your why is not strong enough, if your why does not cause you to wake up in the morning, if your why does not cause you to focus on yourself, it means that your why is not strong enough. When you saw this business and you listened to the person who presented it to you, what was going through your mind at the time? How did you feel at the time? Did you see this as a ticket towards something that you want in your life? Did you see it as a better way for anything else that you were using to get to the goals and dreams that you have? So the very big question that you should ask yourself is, what do you want? Do you even know what you want? If you don't know what you want, then more than likely you would know what you don't want. Because often when I meet persons and I ask them, what do you want? They started telling me what they don't want. Well, I don't want a miserable life. I don't want to have to work until I'm 75. I don't want my kids not to be able to go to school. I don't want that I get to the age of 65 and I'm still paying my... So by knowing what you don't want, you use that to create a contrast to know what you want. Once you know what you want and you've identified strongly what you want, and when you think of it, it causes you to feel deep within you that this gives you some kind of exhilaration, some kind of joy, and it brings out this kind of passion within you, it means that you are beginning to find your why. Your why needs to be so strong that even the thought of it makes you emotional in a good way. So if your why right now, you are thinking about it in a negative way, I encourage you to use that same why, change the wording of it, and make it a positive thing. For example, one of my first whys when I decided to take my business very serious was this. The last interview I attended for a job, I was told that it was for a training position and an assistant to an HR manager. And at the end of a 4-stage interview, the final one being to have to deliver a 2-hour training presentation to middle managers in the company, I did that. And at the end, the HR manager says to me that I spoke so strongly, it almost seemed that I was speaking in a condescending manner. Then she says to me, I walked around the room so confidently as if everybody else was below me. And it was from one negative to the next. Now that angered me, really did. So what I did, I went home and I had many more application letters to send out to get a job. And yes, I already had my GWT business and I didn't follow the rules. I stopped paying my eye for about 1.5 years. So I felt the squeeze of that. But what I did when I went back home, I took those other application letters that I had. I took an empty can of powdered milk that I had in the kitchen. Of course, at that time, I couldn't afford to buy milk for the kids, so the can was always empty. I put these letters in there, and I caught them on fire. Then I went back to my bedroom, and I stood before the mirror, of course, with tears streaming my eyes and being devastated and angry at the same time. And I said to this girl in the mirror, you will never go through this again. You will never, ever sit in a chair being interviewed, asking someone for a job. You will never get involved with anything ever again where you will have to work for money, where money will be your boss. That was my first why. And every time I went out to work with my GWT business, I got many no's. I got so many people telling me that I was crazy. I got so many people, including high levels in government, hierarchy persons in the government telling me I couldn't get this, I couldn't do that, this will not come through, it's impossible for that to work. And the more I heard that, I remember the words of that interviewer telling me I am too good for this job. And I never wanted to face that kind of rejection again. The second why for me was my children. I see these kids in a system that is failing me in my generation, much less their generation. So as a parent, and those of you who are parents will know and feel the passion that you have for your kids. Now, if it's not strong enough, think of you not having what you have now to be able to sustain your kids. Whether it's your job, whether it's a traditional business, whatever it is, if that becomes absent for you to be able to sustain your kids, what happens? Really, what happens? For me, that was a massive, massive why. And when I think of it, every time it always almost breaks me down. My third why is bigger than me, and it's bigger than my kids. And for me, when I think of my country that I absolutely love, I'm really short in actual life, but I appear tall. I sometimes have sticks under my feet to make me look a little tall. Thank you, Sanaz, for the very high shoes too. And if St. Lucia were to be calling a war tomorrow morning, I would probably be one of the shortest little midgets in the front of the line with my heavy gun on my back going to fight for my country. I love St. Lucia. And I have encountered many, many persons here with doctorates, with so many degrees, really intelligent people who have invested a lot of money, a lot of time into getting a good education so they can give their family the best quality of life. And for many of those persons today, not only are they not able to pay back their student loans, but they don't have to take back home to feed their family. I want to be able to step into homes as an ordinary person in my country to be able to drastically shift the lives of families, to give ordinary persons like I got an opportunity to move their family in the direction of the dreams and hopes that they have. So what are your hopes and dreams? Find them, know them, make them part of the fiber of your body. Make it be part of the blood that flows through your veins. Because with or without GWT, your why, without your why, you are lost. Your why becomes your GPS unit. It becomes your rod and your staff. It becomes your map. It becomes your direction. It becomes your guide. Without a why for anything in your life, you are doomed to fail. So if you go to speak to the highest person in this organization, from Reza all the way down to the person who has not achieved a thing, you would find something common in those persons who've been successful in this business, that every single one of them have very strong whys. And they keep these whys very close to their hearts. And every time somebody says no to them, they keep focusing on their whys. Now, some things will happen to you along the way when you are focused on your why. You will become so focused on your why that it's almost as if everything and every circumstance, situation, have a strong why. It wouldn't matter if your upline is not supporting you, your why will take you through. It doesn't matter if you're living in a country where there's absolute poverty, your why will take you through. It doesn't matter if your spouse does not support you, your why will take you through. It doesn't matter if customs is impossible in your country, your why will take you through. It doesn't matter if you can't afford to pay your eye at the level that you want, stay on eye anyway. Your why will take you through. It doesn't matter whether you're computer literate or not. It doesn't matter whether you know how to speak a language or not. It doesn't matter whether you have friends or not. It doesn't matter whether you know how to sell or not. It doesn't matter whether you understand anything about your business. Your why will take you through. So what is your why? What do you want? Where do you want to be 2 years from now? Where do you want to be 5 years from now? If you continue to do your business exactly as you have been doing it right now for the past 6 months, for the past year, do you expect the result to be any different than what it is now? Perhaps your why isn't strong enough. But if you begin to visualize you experiencing the same kind of success that Reza has, that Rene has, that Sean has, that Sherry has, that Abdul Razak has, that Comfort has, and all these legends that we have in this business that I'm so grateful for, that shows us it is possible. You can experience these same successes and even more if your why propels you to go. So this is what will carry you through. I was on Sunday's webinar with the international webinar with our amazing CEO with Africa and the international market. And he said a few phenomenal things, but he stressed a lot on the same subject, your why. He says that you don't have to worry about the process. He's already put that in place. He spent millions to be able to put proper processes, systems, tools, mentorship, training. He spent millions to put that in place. The only thing remain your upline, Sanaz, or anyone working in the background for us or training us, the only thing nobody can do for you is to give you a why. Only you can give you a why. So I challenge you, if there's nothing you take serious after today's training, take you serious. Take your dreams and your goals serious. Take your future serious, because it's worth it and you're worth it. You are worth having a better life than you have now. You are worth giving your children a better future and opportunity starting from now. You deserve to give your loved ones a better life from now. But if you don't take action now, if you don't decide now, if you don't shift now, it is going to impact every tomorrow that counts. So I encourage you, every single one of you, whether you have launched your VDM, whether you're thinking of launching your VDM, have a few strong reasons that propels you. When you put these reasons together, ask yourself, if I come to this point where I am ready to stop, where I'm ready to give up, will my why be strong enough to cause me to go forward? Every time I thought of going back to another job, I remembered the promise I made to myself in the mirror. Every time I think of my children, they give me the push every day to keep doing what I'm doing. And when I think of my country, it gives me even more zeal to be able to do what I'm doing. So go back to the mirror, go back to the drawing board and ask yourself, what do I want? And why do I want what I want? So ladies and gentlemen, I am very grateful for my GWT business. I love my GWT business because it has allowed me to grow to be a bigger person than I ever was in my entire life. I love my GWT business because it has allowed me to be able to align myself with my dreams and my goals and to be able to journey in the direction that I want to with my life. I love my GWT business because it has given me the avenue as an ordinary, average person, my children, to be leaders of their generation, to be pioneers of change for their generation. And I am so grateful for all of the leaders that we have in this business, in this industry, that gives us continued support, continued encouragement to be able to keep moving forward. Know your why. Keep your why close to you and keep sharing your why. Your why will not just keep you going, but will keep many, many others going. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of my presentation this evening. Though it was short, I hope you found much value in it, and looking forward to meeting all of you in Canada for July. I have sent it out that July is going to be very, very nice weather. It's not going to be chilly. It's not going to be too hot. It'll be just perfect. Why? Because I'm going to be there, of course. So thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Sean. Thank you to all the amazing presenters that we've had for today. Great training, guys, and looking forward to the rest of the day with the other presenters coming. So Sharon, Angele, back to you, amazing ladies. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Vernisha. I just wanted to see there was a comment here. Wonderful training. This is an excellent comment here by Saibal Sanak. Vernisha brings the dead to life. Amazing motivation. Fantastic. Your presentation cut out for a few short seconds, but we definitely got the gist of what you were saying. So thank you so much for your inspiration and your thoughts. It's always so fabulous to hear from somebody who has such a strong why, and it helps people relate to, makes them realize what's important to them. And, this is a business that we can do that can bring so much to our lives and change our lives for the better. So thank you very much again, Vernisha. You're always amazing. And we'll just move on now. I think we've got Sharon, who is going to come and introduce our next presenter. So we'll just switch that over. Let me see here.
Thank you so much, Angele. Okay, so our next, we're good? Yeah, okay. So our next session is for target setting, and our presenter and our trainer is Eddy Brenes. He was also featured in the Live Your Dreams tour, where at the end of the video he said, with this watch, very pays. So I'm really happy to be part of the host of the Bootcamp because you see so much behind the scenes, and you see how hard all the trainers they're working until 2, 3 a.m. to pull everything together. And this gentleman here, he really impressed me. He almost couldn't make it because of something that pops up. And it happens to all of us, right? Life gets busy. Okay, I'll put my this to the side. I'll turn to that later. But this man, he stepped up to the plate. He went beyond his excuses and his limitations, and he said, I want to make it today. I'm coming online. So here's a man who set his intention to use GWT to fulfill his why. He declared his commitment to doing that, and he's living his integrity and his worth and his truth by being here today for GWT target setting. Everyone, please welcome Eddy Brenes.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. And you're absolutely right. There was I had to deal with a few personal things today, and I couldn't make it and be physically there to the Toronto boot camp. But I did restore my integrity by still being on the call and still training my section that I did commit to training. And it's actually one of my favorite sections to training because I'm a huge believer that target setting is literally what takes you forward in life. And I actually went out of the way and I searched up the definition of what goals are and what targets are on Wikipedia. And I want to read it off to you because I found something very interesting in the definition. So it's a desired result a person or a system envisions, plans, and commits to achieve. So one thing that really popped out at me is commits. So target setting is great, and I believe that, like I said, it's what really takes you forward in life. But you have to commit to your goal. You have to commit to that target in order for it to become real for you. Once you commit, see, as human beings, what we tend to do is we tend to plan, and keep on planning, but we never commit to that target. So I want to invite you to consider that if you commit first and plan after, everything will work out in the end. So a couple of reasons why target setting and goal setting is very important is because it gives you the focus that you need. So I want you to imagine having to shoot an arrow without having a target to shoot at. Where would you aim to? And if you did aim to a random target, why would you aim to that? So consider that you need a target in order to aim to in life, in your GWT business, in order to succeed. So I'll get right into the training here, or this section. So there's 3 questions you want to ask yourself. First question would be, how much do you want to earn in GWT and by when? And I want to invite you to take some time and really write this down because it's very important to write things down on paper because just like our CEO, Ramin Mesgarlo, teaches us, if it's not on paper, then it doesn't exist. So ask yourself, how much do you want to earn and by when? And I'm going to share with you my targets to make it real for you. And I believe that if you say them, instead of having them in your head and literally say them, it becomes even more real for yourself, and it also becomes real for the person you shared it with. So for myself, I had this big goal of achieving $1 million by 2017 and April 17th, which is my birthday. I remember attending the last year's convention, and Ramin and the rest of the corporate gave us in our envelope, our package, it was a like a $1 million check, or like a cash check, and on there it said what your desired date is of when you want to achieve your $1 million. And for myself, I wrote down 2017, April 17th, and that's been real for me because I've shared that with several people. And it's funny because every time I share that with someone, I want to make $1 million by the age 25, some people will actually laugh, some people will say, okay, yeah, right, and that actually empowers me. It gives me more power to know that I'm going to actually prove them wrong. I'm going to be able to say that, hey, that's great that you didn't think that, but here's my $1 million account that I've created for myself with setting that target. And so I want to invite you to, I'll give you a couple minutes to first write down that first question there. How much do you want to earn and by when? Now I'll get into the second question now, and I'll give you more time towards the end. We'll have a time to share the targets with partners. So the second question, how many hours per week or per month are you willing to work and to earn this income? So target setting is great, and this kind of brings up the light of commitment. So, target setting is great. You want to set those targets, put them on paper, speak about it with people, but commit to it. So how do you commit to it? Write down the hours and the month that you are willing to work in order to earn that income. For myself, I'm willing to work anytime before or after work. I work between 7 o'clock to 4 o'clock. I wake up at 4:30 every single morning. I work out between 4:30 to 5, and then from 5 to about 6:30, I'm working on my business, whether that's, doing some personal development to hire my education, or whether that's networking online, doing my DMO. And after work, I'm doing the same thing. I'm putting together trainings for my team. I'm doing presentations for other people. I'm doing presentations for myself, doing tours, 3 to 5 tours a week. So I'm willing to work anytime after work, whether it's when people are sleeping or when people are awake. So ask yourself, what are you willing to do in order to create that income? Whether you wrote $1,000, $10,000, some people are comfortable with just an extra $500, but what are you willing to do to make that $500 work? So the third question I want to ask is, how long are you willing to commit to work those hours to earn that income? So again, commitment. We talked about it just a little bit ago in the definition of what goal setting is or target setting is. You want to commit before you plan anything. So how long are you willing to commit to work those hours to earn that income? For instance, something that would sound unrealistic would be, I want to earn $10,000 a month by next month. And how many hours per week would I work to do that? Maybe 10 hours per week. And I'm only willing to commit to it for next month because the rest of after that, I've got to do a lot of work with, I'm going to be busy with work. Well, it can be possible. Don't get me wrong. Anything is possible. But how unrealistic does it sound to you? When you said that, or how unrealistic does it logically sound, right? So you want to commit to something and make it real for yourself. So ask yourself, how long are you willing to work to commit? Sorry, how long are you willing to commit to work those hours to earn the amount of income that you answered in question 1? Now I want to spend some time on the culture of speed. So this section here, you'll actually see it in the next 30 days. It's towards the bottom. So your method of operation speed will determine the speed of your team growth. If you are a diamond immediately or within 30 days, that will be the culture in your team. With the help of your My5 support team, set the following targets immediately, share it with your team. Share it to people so it becomes real. And if you haven't done this already, let's do this today. And I want to also acknowledge a section here that I just read. If you notice, if you are a diamond immediately or within 30 days, that will be the culture in your team. So imagine, you're a new member, you just got started. Let's say you got started as a retailer, but you became diamond within your first 7 days. You sponsor some more people, they're going to notice, wow, it's actually possible that someone came from a retailer position and went to diamond. So now they have faith, they can now create that same possibility you did with themselves. And they're going to want to do it and work towards it as hard as they can and commit to getting to diamond from retailers. So they do it, then the people they sponsor, they see what's possible, they do it, and it duplicates over and over again. Or maybe you start as a diamond and people are going to want to, that $6,000 shopping spree, the 50% discount on all products, or the higher earning potential. They see what's possible. They see that you've done it, so they want to do it. And that's why we have the upgrade program for as well. You can upgrade 2 different ways. Upgrade by sponsoring people or upgrade by paying the difference. So make sure that you explain that to your new members so they can see how achievable that is, so they can create the possibility for themselves. So I want to invite you to write down these different targets as well. If you don't know what they are, go to the launch pad or ask the person beside you or one of your senior partners what these different targets are. So the first one would be, when do you want to achieve diamond by if you aren't diamond yet? I explained the 2 different ways of doing it. You can pay the difference from whatever package you are to diamond and you'll be at diamond. Or you can sponsor 2 to 8 people depending on which package you are and you'll get to diamond too. So if you aren't diamond, if you're a new member, write down that goal. When do you want to become a diamond member to maximize your earning potential and maximize your discount? The second target would be, when would you want to become diplomat by? To become a diplomat, you need 3 diamonds. So helping 3 people do what you did. When would you want to become a diplomat? And this goes back to the same thing I said about diamond. And if you do it in your first 30 days, this will be the culture in your team. Imagine, in your first 30 days, you become a diplomat. What would that do for the possibilities of people that you sponsor? They would have the belief, the faith that they can do it because you did it. And you simplify it for them. Get to diamond, and then you get to diplomat by sponsoring 3 diamonds and helping them do what you did. So ask yourself, when do you want to become a diplomat? And then the next target would be, when did you want to become an ambassador? So that would be sponsoring 10 LCs at either silver or above and helping 3 people do what you did by becoming a diplomat. So when would you want to become an ambassador? And again, imagine becoming an ambassador in your first 30 days. What would be possible for the people that you sponsor? And there are people that have done ambassador in the first 30 days. I can't remember the record, but I believe someone became ambassador in the first 24 or 48 hours. So everything's possible. You want to develop what's called a he can, I can mindset. So they did, I can mindset. So imagine someone already created the possibility of becoming ambassador in the first 24 hours. That means that you could become an ambassador within the 24 hours. Reason being is because you guys both are the same people. You're both equal. You have 2 ears, 2 mouths, 2 legs, 2 arms. You're equal as one. So if he can do it, then you can totally do it. So develop that mindset, and develop that mindset for the people that you sponsor, so they can also see how achievable it is to become an ambassador, a diplomat, or even a diamond. And then after ambassador, ask yourself, when do you want to become a regional ambassador by? And then ask yourself, when do you want to become a national ambassador by? And then when do you want to become a global ambassador by? People have been achieving amazing results with GWT. I've been seeing it all over the GWT family of, new ambassadors, new regional ambassadors. So ask them, talk to them, how did you do it? When did you achieve it by? I've seen people become regional ambassadors within less than 2 years. That is 100% possible for you as well because it's already been done. And then you want to ask yourself, when do you want to achieve $1 million earnings by? For myself, it was achieving $1 million earnings by the age of 25. That's a goal that became so real to me. And the reason it's so real to me is because I share it with everyone. It actually, I'll give you an example. When I first started sharing this, I thought it was absurd for myself. I thought I'm a little crazy to actually think that I could make $1 million in 2 years. Then I realized that as I kept sharing it and sharing it and sharing it, it started becoming more real for me. I started getting more motivated, and then my DMO increased. I started doing more. I started training more. I started sponsoring more people because how real it became. And now, I'm on a straight path to making sure that I can create that possibility and make it real, make it become reality. So ask yourself, when do you want to earn $1 million by? And, another great question to ask yourself when you are target setting. This is something that really helped me and really motivated and inspired me to commit to all those targets that I've set. Ask yourself, let's say, for instance, you set a target of $1 million by 2017. Ask yourself how your life would look if you achieved that target. What would you do if you had $1 million, in the next 2 years or the next 3 years, whatever your target is? What would you be able to do with that? Could you retire your parents? Could you send your kids to the best schools? Could you give your kids a lifestyle that most people don't even have? Could you travel the world? Asking yourself those questions, really inspire you to commit to that, essential target. Then again, if you don't know about any of the targets that we just talked about, for instance, Diamond, Diplomat, Ambassador, RA, NA, GA, then you want to refer to the Launchpad document. It'll give you some more details on achieving each level and how you can achieve it. And it's good to get clarity on those goals. If you don't know how to achieve regional ambassador or national ambassador or even global ambassador, talk to one of your My 5 and get some clarity on that, or you can also find it in your back office. And now you want to write a few things down about when your VDM launch date was. I've still got mine. Most of you will know that you can find it in your back office on the left side, when you've launched your date, and then you can write down when your first business call was, your first Tuesday webinar date, your first Sunday webinar date, your first branding party, your first business income date, whether it was retail, wholesale, or residual income. The importance of writing these down is, when you do hit those targets, you can look back and see what you've achieved. A great mentor of mine once taught me it's very important to acknowledge the achievements that you've achieved. So I literally have a separate book of all the things that I achieved, and I read it once or twice a week because it gives me energy. It inspires me to see, wow, I've achieved a lot. And that's the reason you want to write these things down. Look at your launch date. Then maybe a couple months or a year down the road, look at what you achieved. Look at what you achieved from when you launched to that first, maybe like 6 months or a year to when you first launched. Or even, another example, look at that first business call you did, and then look at 6 months to a year down the road and look how many more calls you've done. Look at, have you built the confidence to call whoever you want at whatever time you want, regardless if you think it's evening and they're busy because they're eating dinner. Look at the achievements you've done in that section. And same with the Tuesday night webinars. How many have you attended from your launch date? Or even ask yourself, how many have you trained? So it's very important to feel that, that inspiration of what you've achieved. So I want to invite you now to look at the partner next to you if you're at the Toronto Bootcamp or any of the boot camps around the world, or if you're with your team nationally. I want to invite you to share the targets with them. Make it real. And ask yourself, or sorry, ask your partner who is sharing, how would your life look like if you achieve those targets? What are the possibilities that you would have for yourself? So again, I want to thank everyone for allowing me to be on the call tonight. It was great. I've been hearing all the presentations that they're just very inspiring, and everyone has such high energy. So I want to leave everyone with, create the possibility of living a life full of freedom. So thanks again, and to the billion.
Thank you so much, Eddy. That was amazing. We really appreciate your time today being on this very important boot camp training. Everybody's doing such a fantastic job. I just want to read a couple more comments from our audience. We've got Trevina McDonald. Wow, thank you so much for your inspiring words. You help me know where I'm at and where I want to be. We've got wow, Vernisha Charles Jones. Get training. It propels me to always have a strong why. Lori Brooms, thank you so much, Vernisha. Your presentation and motivation about our whys inspired and motivated me more than any other. Bless your heart. So we're just going to move on, actually. I'm going to be doing the next training, but we've got Sharon here to introduce me.
Yes, that's right. Hi, Angele Prefontaine.
Hi, everybody in Toronto.
Everybody.
Hi.
Okay, so for our next presenter and trainer, she was introduced to GWT in 2010, and she was introduced to this business by a long-time friend who knew that Angele had a love of designer products and a key business sense. And also knew that she was interested in a part-time business she could work from home. When she saw this opportunity, she launched as a diamond and has grown into a diplomat, trainer, and leader in Winnipeg. She has been selected by the corporate management on various events, including the GWT Home Branding Party Branding Division, and to represent at the National Women's Trade Show in Toronto. She was honored to host the 2013 fashion show and a recipient of the 2013 Home Branding Party, and is now thrilled to be selected as a member of the elite GWT Leadership Advisory Board. Thank you. Okay. Angela, so take it away.
Thank you so much, Sharon, for that awesome introduction. And once again, I want to congratulate everybody who is on the call today and welcome everybody. And also anybody who's participated in a training. It's so important for the development in this business. It's so hard. Sometimes people are like, I'm not comfortable speaking. But you know what? You get out there and you do it. And it's so much fun. And it certainly inspires confidence. So what I'm going to be going over today is a memory jogger training and Hotshot 7 and Warm 250. So we'll get going. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is awesome. So I just want to talk about the GWT memory jogger. And what we're talking about when we're talking about jogging our memory in this business is, who do we know? So when people look at network marketing, one of their biggest questions is, do I know anybody? They believe if they know a lot of people, they can have lots of success. And if they don't know a lot of people, they don't have a chance. It sounds logical, but it's just not true. In network marketing, there are three kinds of people: the posers, the amateurs, and the professionals. When it comes to finding prospects, the posers make a mental list of 3, 4, or 5 people that will probably join their business. Then their whole future is based upon the response of those few people. If they're lucky enough to get one of them, then they can extend the life of their career for a short time. They might even make another mental list of 3 or 4 people. Hopefully, they'll decide to stop being a poser and upgrade to the amateur ranks. Would it surprise you to know that approximately 80% of all people who join network marketing approach building as posers? It's true. 8 out of 10 people who become distributors in our profession first approach building with the poser mentality. They make a small mental list and see what happens. They never set out to develop the necessary skills. Your job inside of your business is to drive that percentage from 80% to a much lower number. We need to educate people, help them understand how powerful this opportunity can be if they treat it with respect. If you wonder why people come and go in the network marketing profession, this, along with the lottery mentality, is the reason. It isn't network marketing, it's the mindset of the people who join. So those are the posers. Their only real chance is luck. The second group are the amateurs. Instead of a small mental list, these people make a written list, which is a step in the right direction. Let's say they make a list of 100 prospects. They charge out there with excitement, but not a lot of skill, and begin to prospect, and their list begins to diminish. As their list gets smaller and smaller, their anxiety grows higher and higher. Their biggest fear is running out of people to talk to. I know that was true for me. It was scary. I felt like if I didn't find some great people from my list and find them soon, I was going to fail in this business. It never occurred to me that finding quality people to prospect was a skill. Up to this point in my new career, I always viewed the list as the ticket to wealth. If you had a good list, you'd succeed, and if you had a bad one, you'd either get lucky or you'd fail. But when I had the defining moment to become a professional, I began to study the people who had built large and successful organizations. And I found that the professionals approached finding people to talk to as one of their core skills. It was part of their job to find new people. They weren't interested in luck, and they weren't worried about running out of people. They made sure that never happened. The professionals start with a written list and never stop adding to the list. They create what they call the active candidate list. Harvey Mackay is the author of the huge best-selling book, How to Swim with the Sharks Without Being Eaten Alive. He is one of the best networkers in the world. Harvey was asked how he built such a large and influential list of friends. He said that at the age of 18, his father sat him down and said, "Harvey, starting today and for the rest of your life, I want you to take every person you meet, get their contact information, and find a creative way to stay in touch." He's done that for over 60 years, and today his list of friends is more than 12,000 people. And these aren't just social media friends, they are real friends. That's what network marketing professionals do. We make a list and then make it as comprehensive as possible. Every person you can think of, every person. Doesn't matter if you think they are a prospect or not. Your database is one of your most important assets. Everyone goes on the list. If they are negative, put them on your list. If you dislike them, put them on your list. If they are your best friend, put them on your list. If they said to you, "I'll never be involved in network marketing," put them on your list. If they're 98 years old, put them on your list. If they're 18 years old, put them on your list. It's important to do this because as you empty your mind out on paper, it will make more room for new contacts to come. When you write down your nephew, you begin to think about the circle around your nephew. All of these connections will become apparent to you as you make your list more and more comprehensive. Think about everything, every organization you've ever been involved in, every group you've ever been a part of, everything you've ever done. If you do this right, it will end up being hundreds and hundreds, maybe even thousands of people. The second degree of separation. So step 2 is looking at your list and thinking about the people they know. Chances are you'll know most of them also. Think about members of your family. Who do they know? Add them to your list. Think about your friends. Who do they know? Add them to your list. Think about all the relationships in your life. Who do they know? Add them to your list. Just keep building it, constantly expanding it. This is why the professionals call this an active candidate list. It never stops growing. The pros have a goal to add at least 2 people to their list every single day. They may not prospect them, but as Harvey Mackay's father said, they go on the list and you should find a creative way to stay in touch. If you think about this as a core skill, you'll realize it isn't very hard. You come into contact with people every day. Just add them to your list. You meet people through online social media. Add them to your list. You do business with new people. Add them to your list. You need to develop a higher level of awareness. You're going to have to pay attention to the world. You're going to be introduced to new people all the time. But posers and amateurs don't even notice. They just go through their day saying, "What people? I don't see any people." How hard would it be to raise your awareness and add 2 new people a day to your list? Think about it. If you did that 6 days a week, that is 624 new people a year. Do that for 5 years, and that's 3,120 people. Can you see why professionals don't worry about running out of people to talk to? Please understand, I'm not saying that you should assault these people with your pitch the moment you are introduced. Some people in network marketing make that mistake, and it's not good. Just add them to your list, make friends, develop a connection, and when the time is right, you can help them understand what you have to offer. Now, one of the things that we learn in forensic is people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So we talk about this in so many of our trainings, and it's so important, about developing like and trust. So network on purpose. Professionals network on purpose. It's hard to meet new people if you're hiding from the world. Get out there, have some fun, join a new gym, have fun with a new hobby, volunteer for a cause that's important to you. Find places and organizations where you can meet new people. Not only will you enjoy yourself, but you'll also meet incredible new people. Remember that you hold the keys to transform hundreds of lives, including your own. So, memory joggers, the lifeblood of your organization is the new blood. So we talked about generating a list. So generally the people that you think will go to the moon may do nothing. And the people you think that would never get off the ground may become the strongest member of your team. So we can't exclude anybody. Do not prejudge anybody. Do not make an assumption that your neighbor would not be interested because of a reason that you've just made up in your mind, or a friend wouldn't because of whatever. I mean, the point is to talk to people, and when we're developing like and trust, we ask them questions. We ask them if they are interested or happy with their lives. Are they content with their jobs? We ask them these questions so we can sort of, see how we could help them. See how this business can help them. So, we need to, our list must contain at least 100 names to start with. So, you have to, you can print this page out and you can say my starting number of names on my list is X number. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard to get 100 names. When you start thinking about, when you look at the list on the bottom, when you think of family, relatives, friends, neighbors, coworkers, social clubs, your hairdresser, your dentist, even the checkout lady at the grocery store that you see on a regular basis. These are all people that we want to add to our list. So you want to get that list going right away. And it doesn't matter when you started with this business. If you've never made a list, you can make it today. When you're making a list of people like I said, you never prejudge anyone, okay? And your circle of influence is the key. So, when you look at all these things, there's so many other places too where you can add people to your list, wherever you're going, whatever you're doing, at the dog park, wherever. So there's endless numbers of people out there. Obviously now on social media, everybody's friending us, and there's so many opportunities to meet people. I mean, the numbers are limitless. So get that list going. And another really important thing is, on the list, you want to sort of narrow it down and create a hotshot 7. It doesn't have to be limited to 7. I mean, it could be 10, it could be 20 people. If you think that, these would be your top 7 choices of people that not only that you think would be great doing the business and would love the business, and also people who you would like to work with, who inspire you in some way. So, get their names on this list, get their phone numbers, get their email, connect with them, have a conversation with them, get back in touch with them. See how they are. Like I said, develop that like and trust. And maybe not on the first call or even the second contact. After that is when you want to say, hey, I was thinking about what you said to me the other day about wanting to send your son to camp, and there's a struggle. I was thinking, that I have something to show you that just might be able to help you. So, we want to develop that trust, that, and that like. And, people at that point, if they trust you and believe in you and they like you, then they're going to respond to you. Why wouldn't they want to see something at that point that could help them? The problem is a lot of people think that you want them to help you. And really what we're offering to them is a vehicle, a way for them to change their own lives. People say to me, oh, what are you selling? I'm not interested, or this and this, and we've all heard that. But really, this is about them. This is about you offering them a gift, really, an opportunity to change their lives, to fire their own bosses, to be in charge of their own destiny, to create long-term true residual income. And, we know anybody who's been with this company for any length of time, we know that we have the absolute best compensation plan in the industry. We know we have the most amazing products in the industry. And we also have the most fabulous corporate team on the planet. I mean, with incredible integrity. So we're so fortunate. We've got everything happening here. We've got a company that is just starting to explode in the global market. We are sitting on the golden egg. And I had, talked about this in a leadership chat group about how we're sitting on this golden egg, and it's just about to crack open into this golden eagle, and we can just jump on the wings and fly around the world and do great things. So I mean, I could go on and on and on about what we have. And of course, we all know and we hear over and over and over what an amazing company we're a part of. And it is true, we're sharing a gift. So we're not selling something. We are providing people with an opportunity. So get your list going, whether you've been in the company for 7 years, 9 years, 3 years, 2 days. Make sure that you're creating your list of all the people that you know, narrow it down, make a hotshot 7 list, and connect with these people. I'm not saying call them up right away and say, wow, I got this amazing thing to show you. No, how about just call them, connect with them, and like I said, develop that like and trust with them again, and then, ask them if they're interested in having a look at an incredible opportunity. So we've got that top 7. So we've got the memory jogger and warm 250. So now we've got the warm 250 list. So we've made a list of 100. We've got our 7. And then, as we're adding people to our list all the time, we're going to move specific people down to the warm list or up to the warm list. So you want to write down your hotshot 7 names now and your best 250 names in the next 7 days. So it shouldn't be too hard. I know that at our last convention, we did an exercise in forensic, and we had only a limited number of time, like I think 5 minutes. And I know that there was somebody, I can't remember who it was, who had written down over 250 names in less than 5 minutes. So it can be done. So it seems overwhelming, but once you start looking at the people all around you, in your neighborhood, in your lives, your family, and now we connect with people by email and, like I said, social media, it shouldn't be that hard. Oh, sorry, that's my dog barking. The doorbell's ringing. I apologize for that. So yeah, we've got that to get going, and we've got your list starts with whom you know already around the globe and people you meet or connect with on a social media. 1 second, I'm just going to get this taken care of. 1 second. Hang on. Sorry about that. My daughter just got home and she didn't realize I was doing my training, so she's ringing the doorbell and the dog is going crazy. So I apologize for that. But anyways, I think we're at the very end and we're ready to take a break. I'm just going to look right now at to see if there are any questions. Wow, what do we got here? I don't see anything else right now. So thank you so much for your time. I've super enjoyed this training today. It's a great thing to get going on. Start making your list today. And we're going to take a break. I'm not sure how long of a break we're going to take. Let me just see what we've got here. I'm just going to put the Toronto Training Center back as the presenter.
All right, so we're due back at 10 to 2? No, 10 to 3? 10 to 3?
10 to 3, is that what we've got?
That's right.
Awesome.
And that puts us back on schedule. We're a few minutes ahead of schedule, which never hurts.
That's good.
Can't go wrong with that.
Exactly.
So we'll come back at 10 to 3.
Awesome. See you in 10 minutes.
All right, we'll be back at, actually the break was supposed to start at 10 to 3. So we'll come back at 10 to 3 and we'll do approach. If everybody in Africa is ready and listening and around the world, we'll be back at 10 to 3 instead of 3 o'clock. That'll leave us 10 minutes still ahead of schedule in case somebody needs to go over between now and then. Otherwise, we will see you at 10 to 3.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Hi, Obdulia. I can hear you, dear.
Okay, are you guys ready?
Thank you so much.
No,
Green?
we'll start in 10 minutes.
No, we were just testing. Yeah, we were just testing. Thank you.
Okay.
I just feel a little
All right, we're back live around the world. Okay, so just. Who is it?
Obdulia?
Go ahead, Tom.
Oh, hi, Obdulia. Can you hear me? It's Sharon from Toronto.
Hi, Sharon. This is Obdulia. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect. So you just need to click on the camera icon to turn on your, just to share your webcam.
I'm actually
There
clicking
it
on
is.
it, but it doesn't show.
Abdulia, just below the microphone on the left-hand side, there's the arrow, the microphone, and then the camera. There you are.
Ah, yeah. Can you guys see me? I don't see
Yeah.
myself, so.
Perfect.
Okay.
There she is. Okay.
Perfect. See, we learn something new every day.
That's good. So everyone, we've got Obdulia on the cam. Okay. So she'll be covering our GWT approach section. All right. Okay, perfect. Is that everybody?
Sharon?
Yeah. Okay, sorry about that.
Sharon?
All right, so Julia is our first Latino ambassador. She's a key player and played a key role in translating our materials into Spanish. Very hard jobs. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. We all appreciate that. She's also the presenter for the Spanish GWT tour, which is featured on YouTube. She's the founder of Team Ferry, and she's building her business in USA, our largest market in our industry, and Mexico, and this is just the beginning. Congratulations, Obdulia, to your latest achievement ambassador. Can't wait to see incredible more things to come your way, so please take it away.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, everyone. It's a great honor for me to be presenting worldwide the approach section on this great day. And I want to thank everyone who's been in the call, Sean, Robert, Sarah, Norah, Eddy, Angele. Thank you, everyone, for their amazing presentation and amazing training. Let's move on. My section is on approach. And this section should be, okay, can you guys see my screen? Sharon, can you guys see my screen? I just want to double check.
I can see it, dear. We can see it.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Angele. Okay, so here, be the messenger, not the message. If you hate selling, perfect, because this is not about selling. Our business is all about sharing. And that's all what you need to do. You need to share, and share. This is what we do every day. As human beings, any culture, it doesn't have to be in a particular culture, we share what we enjoy, what we like. If we go to see a movie, we share all about the movie. We recommend the place. If we go to a restaurant, we recommend it to everyone. We recommend it to our family and friends, co-worker, everyone around our network. We talk about the great things about a particular place. And with GWT is no exception. If we like it, we share it. So if we like the opportunity of being and owning your own VDM, you share it. It's automatically. So don't even think about selling. Think about the word sharing. See, what do you do when you find a great deal on something? You share it. So just think about the last time you shared something to a coworker or to your family and friends. It was not necessarily that you were sharing, you were trying to sell them something. It was just sharing. Give me a second. Oh, sorry, I hear some noise. So it is sharing the keyword. And this is very important. We have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to everyone around the world. We're not selling them anything. We're not convincing them to launch their VDM. We are giving them an opportunity to be part of this amazing company, to be part of GWT, to own their own virtual designer mall. And just think it that way, please, because I don't like when people start saying, be part of my team, be part of my team, and you should be part of my team. No, we are giving them the opportunity to be part of our team. So we need to start with that mentality. Mindset, I was gonna go that. Mindset is everything. And we already went over that previously today. Mindset is so important. If it is good enough for you, it is gonna be good enough for your family, your friends, and your network. So make sure if you don't know things about your business that you're still not very familiar about these and you're still thinking, I don't know, make sure you educate yourself on those topics. And the more you know about GWT, the more you are in love with your business. Because if you just don't know about the compensation plan, the minute you start knowing more about it, you're going to even love more and more your business. You're going to be honored to be part of GWT. So if it's good for you, it's going to be good for everyone. And I'm telling you, the more you know about your business, the more happy you get and the more excited you get about growing and growing and growing. And it's something amazing that I experienced. The more I know about a product, the more I know about the compensation plan, the more involved I am in the business. Give enough people what they want and you will eventually get what you want. I love it because this is not all about you. It is about helping the team, helping you downline, helping your upline, helping everyone. In GWT family, we are a family, and this is what we get. We help others, and by doing that, we get paid for that. So it's perfect. It's a win-win situation that I love and that I know my team also loves because we are here to help each other. And as a leader, if you help enough people get what they want, you will get what you need. You are not here to see $ on everybody's front head. You're here to share this incredible opportunity, this incredible business. So don't think about money, money, money. Think about helping others and sharing this amazing opportunity. That's the most important. I'm going to go through simple steps on how we can make approaching very simple. I told my team, you don't need to be an expert and know everything about your business before you start approaching. You don't need to know every little thing about your business to share this great opportunity. And then these simple steps are going to be very crucial for you to start sharing. Definitely, we want to build like and trust, correct? So we have, in GWT, we have something called form, relates to family, occupation, recreation, and money. Every conversation that we make with your cousins, with your coworkers, with somebody from the grocery store, it has some type of form. Either you talk about family, occupation, recreation, or money. Every conversation, if you think about it, will have something. So what you do is you don't have to take a particular order. You just have to, find out about their family, find out about their occupation in a way that they don't even know that you're asking, those questions in that particular order, but you're getting that information in order for you to build like and trust. So no particular order, you just have to ask some questions, and I'm going to give you some examples of the questions that you can start building that relationship with your prospect, especially if the prospect is in the cold market, especially if that person is a stranger that is not like your friend or your family. So you want to break the ice kind of and start that simple conversations. You want to find their needs and their wants, then help them get the results in that particular area. We already hear that it's very important to know our whys, and in a way you're gonna find out about your prospects' whys in a simple way where you're gonna help them get the results and meet and fulfill those areas that they want. So some great questions about that you can ask. Simple questions. You don't have to go crazy on memorizing anything. Simple questions has as, what do you do for a living? Oh, how long have you been doing that for? You must love what you do, what you're doing, especially if they have been doing that for a long time. Help them to establish what their needs are. That's extremely important. And remember, always asking open-ended questions so that you hear more than what you talk. So we're going to go over these, but we tend to forget to listen to people. We tend to forget, and we're so excited about our business that we want to share everything about our business, but that's not the case here. The case here is to find out more about their form and find out more so that you can build that like and trust, and then you can share more about the business. But don't try to pitch your business right away. Try to find out more about themselves, what their why is, what their want is, what they want in life in general. And by doing this, you're going to need to ask open-ended questions. So it is all about having a conversation. Don't say too much. Remember, I just tell you that. So don't say too much. Don't say, oh, we're the only ones that have this compensation plan. Don't share things like that. You don't want to go in details in anything. You just want to start that conversation with your prospect. The goal is to meet new friends. So you need to be out there, not just Facebook, but you need to go to events. You need to go to mixers. You need to go to your kids' school. You need to go to buy groceries. You need to go out there and meet as many new friends as possible, because just as Angele said, we need to continue growing our list. And the more people we meet, the more people they're going to know about this great opportunity, the more customers you will have, or the more business partners you will have. But if you only have 10 people, that's not going to work for you. You need to go out there and start meeting more and more and more people. And most important, write them down in your list. Find out more about their form, so that way you can start that conversation and start that relationship with them. Ask questions and listen. We say that. So just think about it. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth. And personally, I tend to talk a lot. So I always think about, okay, just be quiet for a minute and listen more and listen more. People like to be listened. You know, people enjoy to talk about themselves. And if you just think about that when you're talking to someone, when you're approaching someone, just think about it. Okay, I'm going to listen to what this person has to say. I'm going to listen and take, mental notes, so that way I know how to start my next conversation when I call him next Tuesday, right? So just be careful, and I personally have to be very careful when it comes to talking, because I can talk forever. Just listen, and talk a little bit. Just simple sentence like we just went over, and we have some scripts that we can go over again that you can use to find out more about them, to start the approach simple, to start a very simple approach, and to start that like and trust. So when we talk about your close market, your warm market, it's your friends and family. You don't really need much of like and trust, because they should already know you, they should already like you, and they should already trust you. So you don't have to worry much about that. But when they're not your friends or family, then you need to focus on the like and trust more. Make sure you start that bonding, that connection, and then you can start sharing the business. So this, we call it cold market or cold prospects that are very good prospects as well. So if you're talking to number 1, we already say that, so your friends and family, you don't need to spend too much time on like and trust. But if you're talking type number 2 or 3, definitely work on your like and trust before you present the business. Okay. Easy. This is something that I do all the time, and I told you it works. When I'm talking to a stranger or someone that I just met or someone that I just see but I don't know the name, I give compliments. Giving compliments is something so easy and so natural, okay? Because it has to be very natural. Don't give a compliment to some shoes that are super old and you never want to wear. But if you see something in that person, if you take a look and the purse is gorgeous, then you use that. You know, if the watch is beautiful, then you use that. Make it seem very natural. Please do not give compliments on something that you don't really like because your facial reaction can be very visible. So just see something that you like, that you think is pretty. So you can say, wow, nice watch, nice handbag, nice earrings, bracelets, necklace, anything that you really like. Because I told my team, don't try to pretend that you like something if you don't really like it. You know, we can find something in that person that you like. So that way your physical reaction, it's actually trustable. They see that you really like it and it's not fake, right? So just to start with that, give a compliment. Give a compliment to something that the person is wearing that you really like, and that or simple, nice day today. Easy. You don't have to lie about it, right? I mean, unless it's raining and pouring, then you don't want to say that. But you know, it's something that you can easily find out and easily click on it and say, I'm going to say this because it's true, because I know that this is going to be something that is going to compliment that person, and then you can start a conversation. So people still love getting compliments. I'm telling you, they do, and I use it all the time, and it really, really works. So what a nice watch, what a nice purse, what a nice, something that it's in their body, right? Something that is, wow, what a nice haircut. I love your hair color. I love your nails. I love, if it's something that we sell, it's even better. So, oh, beautiful shoes, beautiful handbag. Just use that, and it's so super simple. So if you have never ever practice making those compliments. I'm not sure, Angele, if we're gonna be practicing right now in Toronto, or you want me to keep moving forward?
You know what? I think we're okay. I still don't see comfort on, so go right ahead. We can do some practicing.
Okay, so Sarah, you're there in Toronto?
Oh, sorry, Obdulia. Sarah stepped up for a minute.
Okay, so who's there in Toronto? Robert?
Yeah,
we're here.
Sarah's here.
We're all here.
Okay, so do you guys want to practice about this section, or you guys want me to move forward? However you prefer.
5 minutes?
Yeah, we can do 5 minutes. World, I would recommend writing down like little sentence like for the world. If you don't have anybody in front of you, if you have somebody in front of you, perfectly. Let's practice, and you know, let's break the ice and start that approach.
Okay.
Nice ring or nice watch.
Nice.
Why's your phone case?
Maybe we don't need
Tell
5
them
minutes.
Yeah, I think we're all pretty.
Yeah, Obdulia, maybe a 1 minute practice. We're all
yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
we're all
5 minutes.
veterans of giving compliments.
I know. Yeah, 1 minute it's fine. Yeah, or one compliment per person. That's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Love your necklace. All right, pass it on.
I love your energy. Thank you.
Sharp.
Got a nice matching set.
Nice.
Nice earrings. Nice ring and that.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. I get elbow. Remind me so much of the actor. The guy. What? Sorry, what actor? That.
Idris Elba.
You know, in Avengers, the Eye Watcher from.
I've
never seen any of the Avengers.
You mean Nick Fury?
Idris Elba.
No, not Nick. He's from Thor. Thor, the gatekeeper.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about now. I know who you're talking. This is the first one, yeah. I know who you're talking
Okay,
about.
Obdulia, I think we can continue actually.
Okay, perfect. So just make it very natural. The shorter the approach, the simpler the approach, the more effective the approach, as we can see it. Simple, simple, simple. So we have some approaches that I'm gonna go over very quick. John, I need a favor from you, or Judy, guess what? Or simply help, I need your help. What will they say in response? What's up? You know, that will be the first thing, what's going on, right? Or they might just ask you, what have you been up to? This is the perfect. I love when they say that, when they ask me that, because that leads me to everything, right? This can be done on social media, emails, chats, over the phone, and in person. So these are like simple ways to start and respond to them when you have these approaching with your prospects. Talk slowly. You will sound more confident, and that also I always tell myself, like, I tend to talk too fast, so I talk slowly. When it comes to English, too fast. When it comes to Spanish, I can go very smooth. But talk slowly, think about it, take your time. The first like and trust, you don't want to do the approach then. Could be the second or third time, just like I explained earlier. We don't want to tell them about the business right away. We want to build that like and trust before, and it's okay. You know, it takes some time to bring a strong business partners, but it's so worth it. So take your time. Don't try to bring them to the business right away. Maybe the second time, maybe the third time, maybe the fourth time, right? So easy way to finish your approach. I'm with the Toronto Designer Fashion House, and we're on a huge branding campaign right now. We're giving away a $300 gift certificate to people just for their opinion of our product and our company. This is a sample script that we can all use, that we don't need to know everything about our company, about our compensation plan in details, about our different products. No, really. All what we need to do is to feel confident and to know this is script, very simple script, and we can all start sharing this great opportunity and start approaching our prospects. So I told my team, when they say, I don't think I'm ready, I say, are you ready to give this simple script? Do you think you can memorize it? And they're like, yeah, I can. Then you're ready, because you don't need to talk everything. Remember, the simpler, the better. So just tell your team and tell yourself, you don't need to know everything about the company before you can start sharing the business. Another one is, we just went over this. Same thing, I'm with the Toronto Designer Fashion House, and we are on a huge branding campaign right now. We're giving away a $300 gift certificates to people just for their opinion on our products and our company. So same script, you can use it all the time. And you say, so can you help me with this branding campaign, John? Maria, Lucy, can you help me? Simple. And then wait for the response. Just be quiet right after that and wait for the response. Right after they say whatever they say, make sure you set up the appointment for the meeting. So you give them 2 dates, 2 different hours, and let them choose one. Here the example is, I would love to grab a coffee with you. My treat. It's tomorrow at 7 p.m. good, or Wednesday at 1 p.m. better. Be prepared with your agenda. Look professional. Be prepared on what you can do, and then let them know the prospect that you're busy. So either you take this appointment or this appointment. Don't give them, oh, I'm free the whole day. What time would you like to meet? Don't do that, because that definitely doesn't look like a professional person is free all day long and you can meet anytime. So practice, always be prepared on 2 days, or can be the same day, but 2 times, so that way you can give them options. and wait for the response. So you could also finish your approach. Well, I just received my $500 worth of free jewelry by launching my own virtual designer mall, and so did my friends. I want to tell you about it. And wait, okay? Wait for the response and make the appointment right after. Same here. Wait for the response and make the appointment. Give them 2 options on 2 dates and 2 times, and wait. So script number 3. Well, I get paid to wear designer products and show your products. Please, please, always at any minute. I don't care if you're just going to buy some milk to the grocery store. Wear something. Maybe the earrings, maybe the purse. Wear something, because you never know when you're gonna meet that person. And if you are in the business designer, if you're in this business and you're promoting a designer line, but you're not wearing anything about it, oh my God, that does not look good on you. And definitely you do not want to wear other designer product and say, oh yeah, I promote fairy, but I'm wearing this other designer right now. That doesn't look good either. So even if you only have 1 fairy item or 5 or 10, just rotate them and wear them all the time. Our products are so gorgeous that you can wear it with any outfit, but make sure you're always wearing fairy. So wait for the response. Usually they're gonna compliment your item first, and then they're gonna have their response. But definitely wearing it is the best way of approaching. This script is same. I get paid to wear designer products. Show if you have one in person. Wait for the response and make the appointment. Okay. Simple. I have this business idea that I've been wanting to talk to you about. Then wait for the response and make the appointment. Okay. So don't waste too much time. You know that you have to pitch. You know that you have to approach and create like these emotions that they want to know more about it, but you don't want to tell them about it. You just want to make the appointment, so that way when you make the appointment, you can really do the business presentation formal and ready to present them the great opportunity. We have amazing approaching tools that we should all be taking advantage of. This right here, as you can see it, we have another one, limited time opportunity. If we don't have these, I mean, we're not serious about our business, right? These are the tools that you need to grow your business. And you can find all of these in our back office, and they're not expensive, so there's no excuses for not buying it. We have amazing catalogs. We have our amazing websites. We have the different magazines that they are excellent tools for approaching, create interest and excitement. This is all about you create the interest of your prospect and the excitement of that on them, and then you show them the business. Okay, you can also show them the tip photos and celebrities, the different fashion shows. We have, oh my God, the Live Your Dream video. This is the first thing that you should be showing your prospects right away. They have an idea what we are all about, that they get the same opportunity to launch their own BDM, and then you can show them the business presentation after. We have the Emmys video, the Fairy Fashion Show 2013-2012, the Fairy President Timepiece video. If you guys don't know where to find all those videos, we have on YouTube, we have a channel, Global World Trade Corporation, and you can find all of these videos listed on that channel. If you have any issues finding them, please approach your My5 and they will direct you where to find all of these amazing approaching tools. There's more. We have the MacPack, the Canadian Business Journal, American Business Journal, Viva International that I always use because that's one of the few Spanish magazines that I promote with my prospects. But we have a lot of them. So the 5-minute napkin presentation is an excellent tool on promoting your business, promoting your site. Wear walk the talk. So wear what you're promoting. This is what I was saying earlier. Even if you only have one fairy item because you just launched your BDM and you don't have as many as you want, make sure you're wearing that item. Make sure you're wearing that purse, that ring, those earrings, because you want to be all fairy up, all dressed up with fairy, and you want to make sure you promote it 24/7. Wear what you are promoting. Wear what you're getting paid for. People will ask you about it all the time. The product is so visual that immediately they will ask you, is this purse fairy? Is this watch fairy? Then if it's not, then you're gonna have to say, oh, this and that. Then you're gonna have to find some excuses why you're not wearing fairy. And I don't like that. So I give away all my other purses long time ago, donate them, and now even if I only have one, I wear it all the time because I want to make sure the minute that they ask me, I feel very comfortable when I say, yes, this is fairy. You take a look at it. This is one of our amazing products. So this happens all the time. We get people to ask us, can you tell me more about it? Can you please tell me more about it? I want to know more about it. But you do not want to ruin that moment. You do not want to tell them more about the business. So you bite your tongue into a blitz, literally. Can I know more? Can you tell me more about it? That's why we have all those amazing videos and tools that you can send them meanwhile you meet with them. So you want to make sure you send not all of them, right? But if they want to know more about, then you can send one of our fashion shows. Then you can say, live your dream tour. Live your dream video. You can send all of that before you meet, but don't talk about in details about how to join the business before you meet. You want to wait until you meet. Easy. I'm pretty busy. I'm pretty tight on time right now. Or I'm really busy at the moment, or I have to get going. I have another meeting in 10 minutes. I really want to talk to you now, but I'm really busy. But we have the appointment set up for tomorrow at 7. So meanwhile, I can send you a video, then you can watch the video, and then tomorrow I answer all your questions and I share to you more about it. But don't talk and talk and talk. So same, right? But I would love to grab a coffee with you and we can talk and give them the 2 options. What if they insist? I told you, you send the videos, the vast videos that we have, the tools that do the talking for you, that you don't have to worry about it. You just have to send those videos and they will do the talking. Okay, so the one rule, and I think we already went on our list, so I don't have to go more in details, but the rule is no prejudging. Please do not prejudge anyone to join the business, to know more about this great opportunity. Don't think too old, too young, too rich, too poor, doesn't like jewelry, doesn't have money, has such a great job. Please don't prejudge. Just treat them the same way, all of them. The target is to go through your list. The longer the list, the better. And you want to keep adding and adding and adding more people, just like Angele explained earlier. The more you have, the better. It is never an ending list. Okay. This is something that I believe our next presenter will present, but I'm gonna end up here. You wanna, I don't know why I have it in my slides, but how much money do you wanna make? Actually, Eddy already went through that when he talked about the target settings. So those are 3 questions that you really wanna ask your prospects and your new LCs. And Eddy went over those questions earlier, and I think that they're crucial for to see and to meet and to reach those targets. You need to have these questions answered before you can even start growing the business. So how much money do you want to earn per month to make this worth your time? How many hours per week will you commit to earning that income per month? And for how long will you work those hours per week to attain that income per month? Let's be realistic. This is a business, so treat it like a business in order for you to get a business check. If you treat it like a hobby, then you're gonna get a hobby check and you're not gonna like it. So treat it like a business. The approach should be simple. I hope I went over very simple, so that way you can start practicing and start approaching people more and more every day. Set those targets of how many people you want to approach a day, a week, a month, because remember, those are the new customers that you're going to have or the new business partners that you're going to have. So approach is simple. Approach is very important. If you don't share the business, nobody will know it. So this is your job, to share this great opportunity and to help them, and at the same time you will see the results. This is oh, I have more. Okay, so what if someone says no? We already went to that too. Perfect. The more no's, Sarah explained that. The more no's you get, the better, because you eventually get the yes, yes, yes. So it's great. Don't take it personal. Like Sarah explained earlier, nothing is personal here. Maybe it was not the right timing. So don't take it personal. Get the biggest no's first, so the rest is easy. You need the no's to get a yes. So please don't take it personal. And how would you know if there were some brown and purple trees like we have it here? Sometimes what you see makes them brown. The failure is in not trying. So if you don't try, you will never know what's gonna happen. You fail when you quit. Winners never quit. Quitters never win. The more you give, the more you will get. And I know that. The more you give to the community, to everyone, to your team, the more you will get. Your only goal is to share with as many people as possible, and make that commitment to yourself. For the next 4 to 5 years, this is my business, and I'm going to treat it like a business. And I'm going to share with everyone around me this incredible GWT opportunity. Don't think it's going to take you a year. We're saying 4 to 5 years. Okay? So this is all for me. We're going to have our next presenter doing objections. Can you hear me, Robert, Sarah?
Oh, hi, Obdulia. It's Angele. Wonderful job.
Yes, Angele.
How are you doing? That was awesome.
Thank you, Angele.
Thank you so much. We're just we're a few minutes ahead of schedule, and we have Comfort next. I just don't see her on the call yet. Sarah, we may just have to go on to our next training, our last section, and then we can go back to Comfort when she joins us, just so we don't have a break. Or does that work? Can Robert?
Yep. Robert's ready, so.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so I'm just gonna make the training center the presenter, and then you guys can go ahead with the slides. Thank you. I just want to.
Thank you, Angele. I'll see you everyone next month at Forensic.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Amazing.
Yes. Can't wait. Counting down the days. So I'll see you everyone, and I can't wait to learn from our own CEO.
Yes, and congratulations to you on becoming an ambassador, and thank you so much for your contribution today. You're amazing.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, let's make presenter.
Does anyone feel warm?
Has anybody?
I know that was helping hot flashes. I'm having hot flashes too.
We're just getting the screen ready here.
Yeah, I think you.
I only have one.
Okay, so I think that's the
132.
And I missed by one.
Sandra, you're feeling hungry. Stuffy. Stuffy? Maybe can we open the back window? Maybe?
No, there's no windows here.
There's a class in the back.
Oh, there is.
Yeah. And
We can open the window, but it takes a chair to do it.
we can open windows?
Only with a chair.
Oh.
Uh-huh. The chair.
Yeah. That's it. Okay. All right.
So we're okay, everyone. We're on to our second last session. We're almost done. Okay? So I would like to invite back my new best friend. Okay, when someone teaches you how to save money, yeah, okay, you got my attention. I don't want to say that. Okay? So I'd like to invite back our tax expert, forensic accountant, and a forensic networker. I think yes. Who are the popular forensic networker? Rockers? Waterson. All right. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
They asked me to teach business etiquette, but I told them, how can I do that? I'm still learning. You can always teach etiquette, business etiquette. So, okay, so we have the one slide for business etiquette so that we have everything together, because everything has to be done at the same time. We want, from the top to the bottom, we want to follow business etiquette through. So one of the things that we want to do is follow up. You want to learn the program. You want to learn how to teach. You want to be a teacher. So you want to attend, whenever possible, a live presentation every week, if you can. It not only helps you to learn the tour better, it helps you network with everybody. It helps you keep yourself motivated. There's nothing more demotivating than sitting by yourself at home saying, I wish I could do this, because you can do this. There's nothing stopping you. And coming out and seeing some people sometimes will help you to get motivated and move forward. Right? Dress for success and wear your GWT products. Right? We have a retailer in the room who has more product on than I see wearing something.
Yeah, that's the way to be.
We have, wear your product because people will notice, right? You want to be wearing your product whenever you can.
I can't forget I gotta put these up there on the wall bling to
Exactly, right, yeah.
Now I got everything out.
When you go out to an event, okay, there are a couple of very important things. And I'll tell you why, because some of them are for your benefit as well. When you look at them, you think sometimes it's not always for your benefit, but it is. When you arrive at an event, register yourself for the event. If there is a fee for the event, pay the fee. The fee, whether it be $5 or $10, helps to pay for the room, helps to get the people who are putting out their own resources to make that available. It helps them to be able to do that. Write your name on the registration. If you are ever audited, and this came up this year, where we had somebody audited back into 2011, and one of the things that I did with for the audit for that person was I sent to Revenue Canada a signage sheet from one of these events. She had signed in, and 2 lines below her, somebody who's now a millionaire had signed in. And I pointed out to Revenue Canada that if she doesn't get to claim her expenses, you can no longer tax him on his income. Because they're both doing the exact same thing. He is at a position where he's earning money. She's at a position where she's growing her company. It's to your benefit. Also register your guests. Because if your guest comes out to an evening event and likes everything they see, and they contact the speaker, or they talk to somebody else, or they come back the following week and you're not able to be there, if you didn't register them, we didn't know who brought them. We don't know who to register them on. They're going to join as a diamond, but we don't know who you are. And they say, It was that tall girl, you know? Register your guests. Exactly. So register your guests. It just helps us keep track of, first of all, how many people were there. We want to know how many people are showing up. We want to know how many people are enjoying what we're doing. We want to know that what we're doing is successful. We want to know who recommended who, so that if somebody does decide to join, and I'll tell you this flat out, if somebody comes to one of the meetings 3 weeks after you brought them, we will find out who brought them to the meeting. That's right. And we will register them under you, because that is business etiquette. That is going to help you move your business forward, and that is going to help everybody else realize that this is a business. It's not a hobby. It's not a game. It is a business.
When
Yes.
you're talking about this, is any kind of chance like company has the list, like when you have event, you represent this list and every your guest signed and we send to company, then company is gonna have the names and you know like it's gonna be more professional, like
Right.
something.
We maintain all of those lists for every event are maintained. Everybody who's here today is registered here today. Right?
Registered where?
When you paid your $25 or $18 to come, your name's on a list. There's proof you were here. Your name is on the name with a lot of other people. So for Revenue Canada to say, no, 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 you didn't do that, they're calling every other person who was also there a liar, which is, by the way, illegal for Revenue Canada to do. Okay? So it's for your protection as much as for everything else. Right? When you do bring guests, always sit your guests up near the front. Sit with your guests. Put your cell phone on silent. Because everything you do, and I would like to say, put your cell phone in your pocket. Because if you take out your cell phone and send somebody a text, your guest is now looking at what you're doing and paying attention to you and not listening to any of the information that's coming to them. Guests are extremely distractible. The reason for that is they don't know how important information is yet. So don't distract them. Stay with them. Keep them focused. When the speaker says something that you like or that you know the guest should like, say, yeah. Sit there and go, yes, I know that. That's great. If the speaker says something fantastic, clap, yell, scream. It will help the speaker to understand that you're listening and that they're on the right key. It'll also make your guests realize that what you're saying is helping, is real, is good information, that it excites you. They already like you, they already trust you. Your excitement is going to ignite them. If you don't ignite them, you don't sign them.
That's not what attracts your guests that want to actually look into it. To see you, then I'll make it transcend.
That's right. If you sit there and fall asleep, your guest will sit there and fall asleep. Right? You get up and go to the bathroom, your guest won't hear a word until you come back from the bathroom. Your guest is there because you are. Right? And they understand everything. When you do get there, arrive 30 minutes prior if you can. Introduce them to everybody who is there that you know, especially if they're your upline. Edify that person. Let them know that the person who you are meeting is somebody who's done this before, is somebody who's successful. The room isn't full of people who just showed up for the first time and nobody knows what they're talking about. They're just guessing. These are people who have been doing this for 6, 7, 8 years and put $10,000 in their bank account last week. That's going to make your guests more interested, right? Make sure that everybody knows your guest is there who's in your group. Introduce people to people who are in other groups. So don't just say, oh, this is my team. Because you know what? We're all one big team. The more we work together, the more it all works well. So just, you know, don't identify different teams or whatever. Everybody is together. We work together. Do some volunteering yourself. Volunteer to do your testimonial, especially if your guest is there. When you arrive or in advance, let the people who run the event know, I'd like to do my testimonial tonight because I think my guests will like to hear that. They'll let you. They'll bring you up at the end of the tour and have you do your testimonial, right? If you know somebody who should do their testimonial because it will make your guest, like improve your information for your guest, ask them. And when you register, let the person know that you'd like them to do a testimonial at the end. Okay? Yeah, volunteer to run equipment and everything. Help everybody to make each tour a success. So even if you don't have a guest, go out to the tour, make it a success because somebody else may join. We have the Brampton tour, which is approaching its 1 year, or is now done for 1 year. And people who have signed up because of the Brampton tour have gone as high already as Diplomat. Right? So we've had Diplomat Challenge winners. We haven't had an Ambassador Challenge winner yet. Not yet, because we will. Right? And that's just one tour. So be there, help out, make it work. Everybody in the GW family is all one big family. Now, we're all one big family. We know we're all one big family. And what is the one downside of big families? Everybody talks. Keep your discussions professional. No gossip, no negative, because if you are talking to a friend of yours who's also an LC about something negative, the person standing behind you may be a guest.
Yes.
If it's negative, talk to your upline in private and deal with it accordingly and get it dealt with. When you're in front of guests, you are happy and you're smiling because there is nothing that we need to have our friends don't need to know we can settle everything very well ourselves. Gossip, especially if it's negative information, business professionals. There are talk about them at meetings. Why? Because we're professional. Right? We are here to do a business, to have fun doing the business, and to mind our own business.
Oh, that's two combinations.
Right? There's a tax program out there called Mind Your Own Business. MYOB. It's the best way to move forward. Now, when you have good information to share, it should be shared. We should share information at all times. But when we're doing a tour, that is not the time. Right? If you have a question for your upline, don't put your hand up during a tour and ask them. If you have something negative to say, first of all, ask yourself, why do you have something negative to say? Yeah. What is it you're talking about? Will it help somebody if you're saying it? You know, are you going to help somebody or are you going to hurt somebody? If you're going to hurt somebody, think about it. This is business. Do you really want to do it? Do you really want to say it? Do you really want to hurt somebody? Because you're in business. You're in business to make money. You're in business to help people. Am I okay?
No, you're good.
I saw you move, so I wasn't sure.
And credibility is important too.
Well, every time you say something negative, you hurt your credibility. Unless you're passing on important information. There are things that we need to say that sound negative that are very important information that need to be passed on. There are companies who break the law that are trying to get you to do business with them. Information like that is very important to be passed on, but not at a tour. At a tour, we're there to talk about how fantastic GWT is, not because we're trying to promote something that doesn't exist. We're trying to tell the truth. Honesty and integrity. And I would say this is the world's best company because it is the world's best company. Not because I want you to hear it's the world's best company, but it actually is. I've checked it out. I've checked out all the information that people say, oh, well, this company has done this and the company's done that. Most companies will tell you all kinds of crap. Everything we have, everything we talk about, the integrity of this company is beyond reproach. That is why we have a AAA business rating with the Better Business Bureau. That is why we grow. That is why we are 10 years old. Most direct selling businesses last 36 to 48 to 60 months, maximum. Right? If you are in any type of direct selling business, it is usually gone out of business within the first 4 years. That is normal. That is direct selling. That is the equation of being in business. Most small businesses go out of business very quickly. Right? Only 1 in 100 succeed. To be 10 years old is to be a phenomenal business. And that is where we come back to integrity. We don't need to gossip about anything with our company or anybody else's company, right? Have we got comfort online?
I'm looking.
It is. It's either very, very late at night or very, very early in the morning there. Does anybody have any questions about integrity, about the business, about what they should do, what they shouldn't do, how they can do it better? One of the things you should always do is volunteer to get up and present. You know why? There's nobody here that's going to bite. Yeah. If you get up and present in front of friends, they can give you help to get better. Nobody was born a talker. We all had to learn to talk, right? But everybody was born a winner. Every single person who was ever born was born a winner. That's in our nature. The only way you got here was by winning. You are 1 in 8 billion.
Oh, that's right. Fastest swimmer.
Right. It's no joke. It's life is a race, and the fastest swimmer wins.
I like that one.
And the very first race you run, there are 8 billion participants, and you come out on top. You win. That's right. That means you are 1 in 8 million, or 80 million, or 8 billion. You are a winner already.
Hi, everybody. Great training, Robert. Thank you so much.
No problem. Do we have comfort?
Well, we're looking for comfort. I still don't see her on the line. I do have a comment here from Joseph George in Winnipeg. Great training, Robert. So thank you so much for stepping in a little bit early. Comfort had, I think she had about 70 different events on today, so we're just waiting for her to come on. But in the meantime, I'm going to just make a couple of announcements so we don't have sort of a lull in the presentation here. So first of all, as Sean mentioned earlier this morning, we've got the CD SE by the Sea coming up June 27th, and that is at maximum capacity. It'll be an awesome event, fun in the sun with the corporate team and the CDSC members. So I'm sure everybody's looking forward to that. Also, we have our forensic training. It's been mentioned a bunch of times today. That's coming up July 10th and 11th. The tickets are still available for a couple of days in your back office. Just go to promo items and you can get them for their only $229. You get incredible training by our amazing CEO, Ramin Mesgarlu. There will be a bunch of really amazing, awesome announcements that are going to be happening at this event. So if you haven't already got your tickets, make sure you get to your back office and order those today. Also, I just want to make mention of our international convention. I know it's not coming up until April of 2016, but it's just something that we can really start getting excited about. It'll be our 10-year anniversary celebration. So anybody who has attended any of our conventions in the past, we know it's a spectacular event, beautiful fashion show, typically launching many new products. So it's so exciting to see all of them and to see people from all over the world, people that we connect with, on trainings like this. And we see them in GWT family. So it's great. We get wonderful product training. We have an amazing gala dinner evening event with fabulous entertainment. So if you have not purchased your tickets for the convention, you want to make sure and do that. They're an unbelievable low price of $139. Once again, available in your back office under promo items, tickets. So get your tickets for that today because you don't want to miss out and, you want to make sure you're at that event. Also, we've got the Night of the Stars coming up tomorrow night. Recognition is key in our business, in our industry, and we just want to congratulate and acknowledge all the amazing people and their accomplishments all over the globe. We've got people in different markets everywhere achieving incredible success, becoming diplomats and ambassadors in record time. We've got retail sales through the roof and, people launching, 2, 3, 4, 5, sometimes even 10 VDMs per month. So all these people will be recognized tomorrow night. We've got regional ambassador Leor Scaler hosting that incredible call tomorrow night. I will be posting the link for that. Anybody who doesn't receive automatic emails from the company, you'll be seeing the link for the Night of the Stars coming up just right after the boot camp today. I'm just going to have a quick peek for comfort. I see a message here from our incredible regional ambassador. We've got Sean Haynes on the call, and then he mentioned that he can do the training. So we just he'll find a quiet spot in the house to do it. So I'm just going to I'm going to find him on the call here. Here he is. I'm going to unmute him. Sean, are you there?
Yes. Hi, Angele.
Hi, Sean. You're amazing. Did you need us to handle the slides for you here? I'll let you get started, I guess, and then I'll watch for comfort. And if she comes on, then I'll just we can pass it over to her if that's okay.
Oh yeah, that would certainly be fine. Just try find a quiet spot here because it's my son's birthday weekend, so he's here with some friends. It's a little noisy right now, but let me just go for a quiet spot. Give me 1 second. Okay, and then let me get the slides.
Nope. Did you want us to handle the slides for you, Sean?
If you have them up, then you can run them. Otherwise, I can pull them up on my side.
Okay. Would you like me to make you a presenter then, or we'll just leave it you unmuted?
Okay, no, you have the slide. You know what? Yeah, just go with these slides, because then if comfort comes on, we can just transfer to her doing the slides. Okay, wonderful. So, well, thank you, everyone, for joining us on the boot camp today. Again, these trainings, you never, ever want to miss these boot camps. So even though today was a very busy day for me, I was at boot camp this morning, and I've still been listening in throughout the day. So, what you'll find is the top leaders, not only they attend boot camp every month, sometimes they attend multiple boot camps. So I know I've done 4 different boot camps in 4 different countries and cities in the same month before. You always learn something new to help you advance in your business. So, in this business, we always say we're here to share with people. We're here to find the right people. Not everyone's going to say yes, and you need the no's to get to the yeses. So, you know, as long as you have your pipeline full, as long as you're talking to enough people, you're always going to find the right people. And you can talk to any top leader in the company. They've all had many more no's than yeses. That said, you know, when you're talking to people, many people have objections that are really usually false information in their mind. And so if you become good at knowing the different objections that people will bring up, then you can handle those objections, and many times you can turn what would have been a no into a yes. So let's get started. Please go to the next slide. We're going to look at some of the very common objections that do come up for people. So again, you know, objections are just unanswered questions. Again, it's usually fear-based or due to lack of knowledge. So again, what you want to do is be pleasantly persistent to get past no. So no matter what the objection is, again, don't get upset, don't lose your composure. Just be pleasant, just be confident, and answer it, you know, with a calm demeanor, with very strong confidence. You heard the tripod of belief earlier. So, you know, you have that belief, you can strongly answer objections in a pleasant, confident manner, and you can actually get past many no's. So, and do not create unnecessary objections. So, you know, in the approach training, with our new ambassador, Obdulia, you would have heard we have 2 ears and 1 mouth. So it's always better to listen more and talk less. Oftentimes, if you're talking too much, you'll actually create objections that didn't even exist. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so getting past no. Now, 60% of consumers say no 4 times before making a purchase, and you know, I've read and seen from many top salespeople that they actually had to talk 7 times. You know, many of the top salespeople, and we're talking about the very few top. What separates them in many cases from the vast majority is they continue to follow up 7 times. Where many others had given up, they continue to follow up and turn that no into a yes. So we all know our national ambassador, Rene Liao, he called our regional ambassador, Sherry Zhao, 7 times, 7 days in a row, till she finally said yes. And of course, we can see the result of, the great result of him continuing to do that. So you fail because you give up too soon. Again, always be pleasant, just gentle, confident persistence, consistent persistence. And you know, you'll be amazed where this business can take you. So remember, consumers want to buy, they just don't want to be sold. You know, none of us like that feeling of being sold, right? But if there's a product that you really want and you're just dealing with someone who's pleasant, who's friendly, many times you might just even buy it even if you didn't want it because of the person's demeanor. So if you're confident, you're pleasant, and you do it in a gentle manner, you'll be surprised the success you can have. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so the 3 D's in objection handling: determination, dialogue, and delivery. Okay, so you got to be determined. You know your whys. You heard from our ambassador Vernisha about your whys. The dialogue, you know, in other words, knowing what you're saying, having the correct information to say. You never want to make up information. Okay, so you want to make sure you have the correct information to say, and then your delivery. Again, you're confident, you're calm, just the way you're speaking, you know what, it's just going to come across to the prospect that, wow, okay, you know what, this person really knows what they're talking about. This person really has such a strong belief in this. You know what, maybe I better join and see if it'll change my life the way this person is headed. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and then there's the 3 E's. So energy, enthusiasm, excitement. That's what this business is all about, right? If you're enthusiastic, you're excited about what you're doing. I mean, how can we not be excited here? You know, I was just holding Ivy Lou's shoe earlier at the training center, and man, I got excited. I'm like, wow, this is a gorgeous shoe. If I was a woman, I would definitely be wearing this pair of shoes, but they look much better on Ivy than they do on me. So, you know, this business is easy with our products, with what's going on all around the world. I mean, you see what's happening all over the world, new markets just taking off, you know, so you should always be energetic, enthusiastic, excited. I mean, forensics coming, phase 5 is coming. Man, we're running straight to the billion. So if you have that in yourself, again, it comes across. People can see it. People can feel it. That, wow, okay, man, you know what? I wasn't sure about those things, but the excitement this person has, man, they really believe in this thing. They really got energy about this thing. You know what? Maybe I better get started with them, because I don't want to be left behind. You know, many times, I'm telling you, people don't want to be left behind. If they feel they're going to miss out, they'll launch just for that reason. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so determination, mindset, belief. Again, we talked about the tripod earlier, so we don't have to spend much time here. Industry, company, yourself, SW, 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 SW. You know, some will, some won't. So what? Someone's always waiting. If you have that mindset, again, nothing will stop you. You're on your way to the top. Next slide. The 3S, feel, felt, found. You know, I know how you feel. I felt that way too, but what I found is. So it works really well. You know, somebody has an objection, and you might have had that objection yourself, or you might know someone who had the similar objection. So I think one of the objections we cover here, for example, is jewelry. Like, I never liked jewelry. Renee Leo never liked jewelry. Many of us never liked jewelry. So somebody tells you, oh, I don't like jewelry. It's not a jewelry business. I know Aria Abdul Razak, you know, he set up his wife in the business because he thought it was a jewelry business. So, you know, there's many, many stories. So whether it's your own story or, you know, others, you can easily use the feel, felt, found. And we'll see some examples of this as we go through. Next slide, please. Okay, so now these are some of the common objections that you're going to come across. And again, most of the objections, much of it actually comes back when you looked at the tripod of belief. See, many people, they'll see this business, they'll love it. They just don't have the belief in themselves that they can do it. So when they give you these objections, usually it's from a lack of belief in themselves. And again, that fear, lack of knowledge, and if you're just confident, calm, how you give the answers to them, and most of them are going to be the common ones we share here, you'll see you turn many no's to yeses. So I don't have time. Next slide. Okay, so what you want to say is, you know, I recently started this new business. Come out to take a look and give me your opinion. Okay, spending time to make yourself rich is better than spending time to make someone else rich. So, you know, many people, guess what? They rather spend their time watching American Idol. Well, if you're watching American Idol, you're making the producers there rich. How about spending some time to make ourselves rich, right? So, again, you just want to have the right things to say and just deliver it calmly and confidently. Next slide, please. So what you want to ask is, when they say to you, I don't have time, so how much time do you think you need to spend on building the business? How much time do you watch TV? You know, one of the things that will happen is many people will think that this is like a full-time job. So they'll think, oh, I'm already working 40 hours a week. How am I going to find another 40 hours to do this business? You know, you say to them, listen, actually, you only need 5 to 10 hours when you're starting this business. If you spend 5 to 10 hours doing the right things, everything's already in place. You don't have to invent anything. You just follow the system. You just spend 5 to 10 hours doing the right things. We have many people started that way and went from there to great success. Now, we all know once people get started in the business and they start having success, believe me, they'll naturally add more time. And then you say, you know, how much time do you spend watching TV right now? Because, again, that's time making someone else rich. But if you just took a few hours of that time and you put it to this business, you'll be surprised what could happen for you. And you want to say, you know, I've never met a rich person who was just bored. In other words, when it's something good, rich people will always make the time. They're already busy, so they're not sitting around. And again, many of the top people in this business, they didn't come to this business because they were sitting around on their hands. They were already busy in their lives, but they saw what this business could do. So believe me, they made the time to change their life. Let's go to the next slide, please. Oh, yes. Well, we don't hear this too often. I actually haven't heard this one personally in a long, long time because, again, you know, our training today, Tripod of Belief with our RA Sarah Wong, I mean, all the accolades on GWT or CEO nominated as Entrepreneur of the Year, Ernest & Young, etc. I mean, so it's hard for people to really look at this business and say this. But, of course, you know, you hear this a lot in this industry. So is this a pyramid scheme or scam? So what do you do when someone says this to you? Do you go into a wild panic or do you calmly know what to say? So first you want to have a confused look, okay? It's literally like somebody just asks you something crazy. For example, I remember someone coming to Toronto in July and asking where's the snow to go skiing. So I'm sure if somebody asked you that in July, you would have a very confused look for them. So it's the same thing here. You want to have a completely confused look and ask, what is that? And you want to keep looking confused. What do you mean? Pyramids? What's that all about? And then you say, I don't know about pyramids other than the ones in Egypt, but this is a Canadian designer fashion house. We got 200 celebrities wearing our brand. And it's very important. You always want to have your tools with you, right? So documentation beats conversation. So while you're talking about this, if you have your MagPat 1 and 2 or CEO on American Business Journal or Senior VP in Women of Wealth with Oprah, Designer of the Year, Handbag of the Year, when you're showing all this documentation, again, the person is going to realize very quickly that that question was absolutely a dumb question, and they're going to back away from it very fast. Next slide, please. I don't know how to sell, or I'm not in the selling business. Wow. Somebody said that. My goodness. What are you going to say to them? Well, let's go to the next slide and see. Okay, so I don't know how to sell. I'm not in the selling business. Well, say you don't need to be in sales. You just need to share the product and business with people. In fact, out of all the top leaders in this company, I can actually hardly think of any who came from a sales background. We have people came from banking, people came from government, people came from retail, people came from IT programming, lawyers, you know, entrepreneurs, but I really can't think of anyone who actually came as directly as a sales background. Book publishers, you know, so we have many different backgrounds, but this business is not about sales at all. It's really about sharing. It's really marketing and promoting a product and a business with people. Okay, next slide. I don't know enough people. I don't know enough people. Wow, who could I possibly talk to about this business? My goodness, I don't know anyone. I've never actually heard of anybody who loves jewelry. I've never heard of anyone who wants to make more money. I really don't know anyone I could possibly talk to. What would you say if somebody says this to you? Let's go to the next slide and see. Well, ask, do you know two people who might be interested in time and financial freedom? Do you know anyone who complains about their job, time, and money? Now, I always like to ask, do you know anyone who loves beautiful products? Do you know anyone who loves shoes? Do you know anyone who loves handbags? And then I also say, oh, do you have more than 2 names in the address book in your cell phone? Okay, and so, and if you have most people pull out their cell phone, of course, most people usually have 100 or more names in their cell phone address book. And I say, oh, trust me, just in your cell phone alone, you definitely know enough people to share this with. Okay, next slide, please. I don't think this business is for me. Okay, I don't think this business is for me because I'm a doctor. This business couldn't be for a doctor. I'm a student. This business couldn't be for a student. I'm retired. This business couldn't be for someone who's retired. Well, let's see what you would say to this objection. So, I don't think this business is for me. So what you want to ask them is, why do you think so? Okay, why do you think this business is not for you? Or what part of this business is it that you don't like? Okay, and again, oftentimes one of the great things, our CEO always tells us we're in the storytelling business. You want to become a master storyteller, and you know, the more you go out to tours, the more you listen to events, tomorrow night's the Night of the Stars, you know, you're going to hear so many different stories. So when you know stories, now you can start to relate back to people. So somebody say, well, I don't think this business is for me. You know, then they might go on to say something like, you know, I'm a doctor, I'm this, I'm that. Well, oh, guess what? Well, you know, in this business, actually, in one of our markets in Haiti, which had been a top 5 market for several months, half of the team there is actually doctors, and it's amazing what they're doing with this business. So many doctors are having great success here, or nurses or lawyers or any background. So it doesn't matter, but first you want to ask them, why do you think so? Have them tell you why they think that, what part of this business is it they don't like. And you say, you know what, this is a business with a small investment, but potentially great return. Now, you heard from our diplomat, Robert Waterson, all the tax benefits around the world, you know, in the forensic economics. Doesn't matter what part of the world you are. Certainly, we know in North America, in Europe, in many different parts, there's huge tax benefits. So, you know, you say, just the tax benefits alone, trust me, this business is for everyone. And then look at the products we have. You know, aren't you going to spend money this year on gifts? What do you spend on Mother's Day? What do you spend on Father's Day, Christmas, Valentine's? You know, you're probably going to spend $500, $1,000 or more on gifts. Guess what? You do it through this business, now they become tax write-offs, and you actually have a business that could bring you great success. So again, you always want to remain just calm, confident, whatever they say. You know, just be calm and confident when you ask them why they're thinking what they're thinking, and then when they tell you that, you just give them the answer in return. Calm, confident delivery, and believe me, you're going to be on your way to success. Next slide, please. Okay, I don't know if this business will work. Wow, how could this business possibly work? How could we know if this business works? Maybe there's nobody in Nigeria who's had success. Maybe there's nobody in Canada who's had success. Maybe there's nobody in St. Lucia who's had success. I really don't know if this business could actually work. Well, let's see what you would say if someone said that to you. So, well, there's only one way to find out, and we have the training to ensure your success. And at the worst case scenario, you still save on taxes. Do you know others who could save on taxes? And again, share stories. So if they're stay-at-home mom, guess what? We got great stories of stay-at-home moms. You know, they're working a full-time job and they think they're busy. We got great stories of people who are working a full-time job and busy. You know, it doesn't matter what it is. Trust me, we have stories and examples. So You always want to know that, and you always want to say, listen, again, with this business, turnkey business, everything is in place. There is no guesswork. We tell you right from day one what to do in your first 30 days. You get a My 5 that always has top leaders in the company that's going to be there to support you every step of the way. You know what? All you got to do, get started. Make the decision. Get started. I'm with you. We're going to do this together. Okay? You're never on your own. We're going to do it together. Hey, you save taxes. You get to wear nice products. What could be better than that? Next slide, please. Okay. I have no money. Well, you can see that's why it's not a fairy wallet. Just kidding. But I have no money. You know, it's amazing. I have no money. I've been working for the last 20 years, but I don't have $169 to start a business that could change my life. Well, what would you say if somebody said that to you? Let's go to the next slide and see. Okay, I have no money. Say you spent $499 or $3,099 on things that never paid you. That's right, because guess what? You spent $499 or probably more to go on that all-inclusive vacation, but hey, if you'd done it under this business, you could have gotten back a great portion of that on your taxes, right? Or we spend how much money on gifts, or we run out and buy that new HD flat screen TV, and you know, people are just spending money all the time on stuff that will never put a penny back in your pocket. So we just heard, I think Sarah today was sharing about someone who was depressed, and they went out and spent $800 shopping. Now, hey, if they were in GWT, they could have gone shopping anyway, but now it's a business that could change their life. So it's not how you start, but how you finish. So, and again, I always say to them, you know, if you've been working, you know, forget even the $499, if you've been working 5, 10, 20 years, and you're telling me that you honestly don't have $169, believe me, you need this business. You need this business. If you work 10 years, you don't have $169, well, that means that what's going to happen 10, 20, 30 years from now? Okay, so 10, 20, 30 years from now, when you're supposed to retire, if you haven't even saved $169 after 10 years, my goodness, you need this business. And guess what? We have people who've borrowed the money to get started. Okay, people borrow money to go on vacation. Here, you're talking about changing your life. You know I come from the islands. Believe me, people in the islands, they borrowed $2,000 to buy a carnival outfit to jump up in the sun for one day and then throw the outfit away. Okay, so here we're talking about a business that can change your life. So it's okay to borrow the money. We have many top leaders who actually borrowed money to get started in this business, whether they borrowed it through the credit card or they borrowed it from family and friends, you know, but we have many who've done that, paid it back very quickly, in some cases 1 to 3 months, and now they have a business that can change your life. So it's not how you start, but how you finish. And again, when you bought that LV purse, you know, when you bought those shoes, when you bought that timepiece, did that ever pay you back? Guess what? Here, you're going to look so good, you're going to look like $1 million, and you can actually make $1 million from the product as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so again, well, this is exactly what I was saying. You know, if you've been working all that time, you don't have the money, again, you need this business. Just the tax savings alone. That's what the wealthy do. Just what the wealthy do. They have business for tax savings, which they now put towards changing their life in the future. So, you know, for me, when the day comes and I look back on life, I won't even remember spending $499 or $3,099. What would matter to me is whether I did all that I could do to leave a legacy behind, to have known that I tried and gave it my best in life. You know, you don't want to leave an opportunity like this behind and then look back and say, what if I had just taken that chance? What if I had made that decision that could change my life as it's changed so many other lives. So again, we just got to have that confidence, that belief within us when you're telling this to the prospect that they really see, wow, you know what? I need to find that money. I need to get started in this business right away. Next slide, please. Okay, I need time to think about it. It looks good, but, you know, just give me about 600 days. And I think in about 600 days, I would know whether I want to do this business or not. 600 days, I could probably think it over properly in my mind and know if I want to do it. So what happens if somebody tells that to you? Let's go and see. Okay, so what you want to ask them is say, you know, so just so I can get a clear picture, what specifically is holding you back? What question is it on your mind? Because, you know, right now, and this is what I would say to them is, right now that we're sitting here together, and, you know, if it's at a live tour, you usually have top leaders around. You say, you know, we have NAs, RAs, ambassadors, top leaders who are right here in the room. If you have questions, this is the best place to get those questions answered. So, you know, if there's something that really is holding you back, because, you know, if they told you they liked everything they saw, it looks good, the products are great, the tax benefits, I mean, what is it that they're not launching right away? You know, what do you have to lose? What do you have to lose? The worst case scenario, you get back more of your taxes and you got some beautiful products. So, you know, this business is constantly going forward. Every month, every week, you know, it's changing. Things are happening. Positioning and timing is so important. Again, you want to share some of those stories on timing and positioning. You know, I'm sure our diplomat, Norah Bastien, she was doing the power of IA. Again, you would have seen the benefit of timing and positioning and being on your IA. So you want to share those stories as well. Next slide, please. So again, leverage tax benefits of joining now. If you wait 1 month, you lose 1 month of benefits, and you want to explain what they've lost already by not having a business, and again, explain what they will lose with timing and positioning, you know, not getting started in the business right away. Next slide. Okay, so again, the leverage effect. So this is what happens. You know, you heard Sarah and Winnie story, Vicky Ford's story, Resumes Garlou's story. Again, they got position, and look at the benefit for them. Of course, we have stories of people who waited to get positioned, and, you know, we know what they missed out on. So very, very important that you share stories. That's why we're in the storytelling business. So the more stories that you have to share, believe me, the better it comes across. Stories always sell better, you know what I mean? So facts tell, stories sell. So this is where you really want to be using all the great stories that we have in our business. Next slide, please. Okay, yes. I don't like or wear jewelry. It's a business for females. I said, well, that's interesting, because some of the people I know, I don't think Renee Liao is a female. I don't think Sean Haynes is a female. So, but let's see what you would say if somebody says to you, I don't like or wear jewelry. It's a business for females. Well, you explain in business, it's not even what you like, it's what the masses want. So actually, I remember I was talking to a owner of 2 McDonald's franchises, and guess what? They don't like Big Macs, but they understood the business of Big Macs would make them wealthy. So, hey, great, great business, McDonald's. Hey, if you got the $2.5 million to start one, but I think much better than Big Macs is jewelry, handbags, and shoes. So that's what the masses want. 250 years Louis Vuitton's been around. Guess what? They haven't run out of customers. In fact, 250 years later, they're making more money than they've ever made. The demand for Louis Vuitton is higher than it's ever been. Again, examples of selling underwear, you know, dream job versus the dream. So that's the beautiful thing here, is that it doesn't matter. Okay, and even if you don't like jewelry, you don't like any product in GWT, I don't know how that could be possible out of our 1,400 gorgeous products, but guess what? Your spouse will love it. Your parents will love it. Your siblings will love it. So since you're giving gifts all throughout the year anyway, now give gifts from your own designer mall. That's a tax write-off, and you're getting at your LC's pricing, so you're not paying retail, and you have the opportunity to build a business. Okay, next slide, please. I need to discuss with my partner or spouse. So what happens when someone says, hey, you know what, it's legitimate, it's safe, you know, you're with someone, you respect that person, you want their input, so what do you say if somebody says that they need to discuss it with their partner or spouse? Let's see. Go to the next slide, please.
Hang on,
Okay,
Sean.
so, sorry, go ahead. Okay, so you need to discuss it with partner or spouse. You say, well, actually, you see, you are the worst person to explain the business to your spouse or partner. Okay, and then ask them, would you do the business even if your spouse said no? So there's a couple of different things here. One, you know, I'll tell you, prophet is never respected in their own land. So it's going to be very difficult, especially if you've done something before and it didn't work. Believe me, your spouse or partner automatically, as soon as you open your mouth and say, I saw this thing, in their mind is the word no. Okay, so at the very least, what you should do, if they say they want to discuss it with a partner or spouse, you want to send them home with a Glamo pack. So that's the lookbook, that's the mag pack. Again, you want them to have that documentation to show the spouse or partner. Even better, you want to set up an appointment to meet with your partner or spouse so that you can explain it properly to them. Because believe me, one partner, spouse trying to explain to the other usually is not going to work well. They just for the first time, so you know they can go home and say, oh, I saw this thing, it's jewelry, you wear jewelry and you can make $100,000 a month. And the partner is going to say, oh, no, we're not doing that. So you know, so you always want to set up the person for success. So send them home with a Glamo pack, set up that appointment to meet the partner, spouse, so you can share it themselves, and then you ask them, would you do it if the business, even if your spouse said no? Because if they know they want to do it for themselves, I would say, listen, just position yourself at the 169 retailer position, and then, you know, if you want to say, if they want to go diamond, but they want to discuss it with the spouse, so listen, position today, the timing position is important, again at the 169, then let me sit down, show it to them properly, and then, you know, once they see it and like it, like you do, we'll get you upgraded to diamond. Okay, next slide, please. Okay.
Hold on, some technical difficulties.
Oh, okay, no problem. I think we're almost at the end. Yeah. So again, delivery, 2 words: confidence, enthusiasm. So again, you know what this business is going to do for you. You should be confident. You should be enthusiastic. Again, you know, just that calm, confident, enthusiastic delivery. You know, you're just convicted in what you're saying to them. You're just strong in belief in what you're saying to them, and believe me, they're going to feel it. They're going to see it in you. Next slide, please. Okay, so I guess technology is not working like fairy. You know, so if technology was like fairy, it would be perfect. Sometimes we have technology challenges, but it's great, you know. We have people from all over the world logged in, and that's the power of technology, that we can be in one place and sharing all over the world with other places. So it looks like that was the last slide anyway. So awesome. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to pass it back to our host. I'm not sure if Angele or Sharon is doing the hosting role, but thank you. I want to say thank you to all the trainers as well from today. Thank you to everyone who attended boot camp. So I'll pass it back to you, Angele, I believe.
Hi, Sean. Thank you so very much. Once again, you're always there to train and support your GWT family. We appreciate you stepping in today to do Comfort's training. She's incredibly busy, and she had, I think, 3 or 4 different events on the go today. So we're so happy that you were there and available to do that incredible training. And as always, we learned so much from you. So thanks so much to Sean and to everybody who is on the call today, everybody who attended the boot camp in Toronto, as well as, obviously all the trainers. So we're so thankful and grateful to have this incredible business and this opportunity. So we need to take all that we learned today and put it into action. We've had incredible training. This call has been recorded, so we'll be sharing it online, and regional ambassadors will get the link and share it with the teams. So if you have team members who weren't able to get on the call today, you'll be able to share the broadcast with them. Also, like I had made a few announcements about the upcoming events, so we're all good, and I will be sharing the link very shortly for the Night of the Stars tomorrow. I see one question. Let me just have a look here. From Team Dominica, thanks so much for your continued teaching. So Anne and Anne-Marie and McLean, sorry, it just comes up a little bit jumbled here on the askers side. So thank you very much for your comments. And I think we're ready to sign off. Do I have, Sarah, are you there?
Yep, we're here.
Okay, great. Do you have anything else that you want to add?
Yes, well, go ahead.
You go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I would just say thank you to all the trainers and organizers, Norah, Robert, Sarah in the room. Thank you so much for working tirelessly for late nights and pulling it all together for all of us. Sean, if you're online, thank you so much, and all the online trainers.
Yay!
Quick announcements if we can.
Robert has a couple of quick local announcements.
Yeah.
Okay.
For of course, we have CDSC by the Sea coming up, and that's fully booked. We also have in Brampton on the 23rd of June, Sanaz and our CEO himself will be presenting and talking for us. We'll be having a cake cutting ceremony, so there'll be lots of information. On the 28th, the Sunday following CDSC by the Sea, we have a live event right here at the Learning Center, at which time we'll be going over making your retirement planning through your BDM, as well as the following night we'll have the live webinar, the Diamond Group webinar as well, and we'll be discussing retirement and tax savings and everything.
Awesome.
So that's it.
Thank you so much.
Lots of learning opportunities.
All right, so I guess we're signing off from Toronto. We're going to enjoy this wonderful sunshiny day that's plus 20 finally. Okay, so that's it. Thanks for coming out, people.
Thank you, and have a great night. See you all on tomorrow night's call, the Night of the Stars. Good night.
Good night.